University of Muhammadiyah Malang UMM is a private university sitting on a plateau of East Java in the city called Malang. The city is well known as a city of education, tourism, and industry. Founded in 1964, UMM has now settled three campuses, namely Campus 1, Campus 2, and Campus 3. Devoted to environmental sustainability, UMM brings about a green and clean concept of campus. The concept is a vivid attempt to establish a vigorous, pure, and convenient atmosphere to boost creativity and productivity. UMM has also committed to open more green spaces by growing a variety of trees and flowers in every corner of the campus. UMM has achieved an outstanding acknowledgement from many associations, one of which is from National Board for Higher Education Accreditation for institutional accreditation with band A. In addition, UMM was awarded the Most Excellent Campus for the category of university in 2008-2016 by Cooperative 7 of East Java. UMM received international acceptance as it attained Asian Energy Award in 2009 and two-star predicate from QS Stars World University Rankings in 2010-2011. UMM has also been an associate member of ONQA that is centered in Bangkok. The UMM Laboratory has successfully achieved the accreditation of ISO 9001 and ISO 17025 in 2008 from the National Accreditation Committee. UMM students come from any part of the nation and other countries. The students are the inspired generations that aim to excel in their programs of undergraduate and postgraduate studies. UMM's 10 faculties over 56 study programs. Each faculty is equipped with a comprehensive laboratory that is located in the Central Laboratory of UMM. The Central Laboratory has been qualified to conduct laboratory testing for either external company or other universities' uses. The Faculty of Islamic Studies. The Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. The Faculty of Political and Social Sciences. Faculty of Law. The Faculty of Economics and Business. Faculty of Psychology. The Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Sciences. The Faculty of Engineering. The Faculty of Medical Science. The Faculty of Health Science. Directorate of Postgraduate Program. The learning activities of UMM are monitored through a mechanism to guarantee the sustainability of a qualified higher education that is supported by representative facilities, such as library, mosque, student center, student dormitory, reading corner, information technology, meeting hall, theater, canteen, campus lake, and sport amenities. To add, UMM has also set up several business units, namely UMM Inn, UMM Dome, UMM Bookstore, UMM Hospital, UMM Gas Station, UMM Garage, Micro Hydro Power Plant, Sang Surya UMM Apartment, UMM Farm Center, and Sengkaling Tourism Spot. The facilities are the income center used to uphold the university operational expense in order to minimize the dependency from student admission fee. The business units might be possible to be an applied laboratory for students and can also help to create entrepreneurship. With a great enthusiasm to become a leading university with international credit, UMM has actively encouraged all campus elements to allow international partnerships. There have been notable MOUs made with international stakeholders in study program, faculty, and university level. UMM has as well regularly organized international conferences and seminars in collaboration with some abroad universities.
Satu, cek.
Among others are consortium
Tes
of
satu.
22 universities in Australia, an Australian consortium for in-country Indonesian studies, consortium of 33 universities in Asia and Europe with Erasmus members and Erasmus Plus European Commission, Peace Corps, BGP Dutch Engineer, Al Haramain Academy of Saudi Arabia, Korean Energy Economic Institute, Kenpo Korea, Temasek International Foundation, Confucius Institute of China, Sakura Foundation, and any other representatives of neighbor countries. UMM is challenged to synergize the human resources that are high in diversity by student coaching program. The programs are designed to upgrade the students' potential, skill, and characteristics. In early college period, students must participate in a program of shaping the characteristics and leadership. Devoted to nation, UMM has started to introduce a pattern of campus self-contained energy for the last 10 years by setting up a micro hydropower plant. The pattern was then implemented more widely to construct micro hydropower plant of Sumber Maron in Karangsuko Village, Malang Regency, in cooperation between the Faculty of Engineering of UMM and Sumber Maron Foundation in 2009. Today, with sufficient support of electricity, there are more than 4,000 water pipe connections installed in the neighborhood. In 2016, UMM has transformed a slum village into a tourism village named Jodipani, a village of colors. The program was performed by the students of Communication Science Study Program in cooperation with Indana Paint. This change has manifested a positive impact in a way that the villagers can now maintain their area cleanliness as well can improve their economic condition due to the increasing number of people's visits. At present, Jodipani is a new icon of Malang City. Since 2006, UMM has actively been involved in the revitalization of protected forests and national conservation of Bromo Tengah Semeru in partnership with PT Toyota Boshoku through JIFPRO, Japan International Forestry Promotion and Cooperation Center. The revitalized area, with the participation of students, lecturers, and local community, has now been 165 hectares wide. UMM always performs dedication for the nation, carries out energy with devotion for the sake of the progress and prosperity of Indonesia. UMM, from Muhammadiyah for the nation.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang UMM adalah kampus swasta yang terletak di dataran tinggi di Jawa Timur, tepatnya di Kota Malang. Kota ini dikenal sebagai kota pendidikan, kota wisata, dan kota industri. UMM berdiri tahun 1964 dan saat ini sudah memiliki 3 kampus, yaitu Kampus 1, Kampus 2, dan Kampus 3. Sebagai bentuk akan komitmen pelestarian lingkungan hidup, UMM mengusung konsep kampus Green and Clean. Konsep ini merupakan ikhtiarnya
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Peace be upon you. Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you in this Zoom's meeting for the international conference with the theme Pandemic and Human Behavior as a part of 34th anniversary of Faculty of Psychology, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Thank you for all participants who joined our forum today. We're going to have 2 sessions with 6 remarkable speakers in total, who are those experts in their field. And before we begin our first session, we are now going to listen to the opening speech delivered by Vice Rector 1 of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Dr. Syamsul Arifin MSI. To Professor Syamsul, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Innal hamdalillah la haula wala quwwata illa billah. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'da. The respectable the Dean of Faculty of Psychology, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Associate Professor Salis, is there in this room? Hello, Pak Salis. Where are you? Okay. And Professor Man Wilson from Asia University, Taiwan. The Honorable Associate Professor Ol Boon Kit from Management and Science University, Malaysia. Matthew from Newcastle University, United Kingdom. And Ilona from Kyiv, yeah, Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv, Ukraine. And I would like to mention the speaker from India, Jawaharlal Nehru University, David Pradhan, and the honorable guests and all enthusiastic participants of this international online conference. First of all, I would like to start my brief remark by wishing happy anniversary, 34th anniversary of Psychology Faculty, University of Muhammadiyah. Guest speakers for being us today to celebrate this academic festivity and share your insights. I'm Syamsul Arifin, the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs and the Development of Al-Islam and Muhammadiyah University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Indonesia, speak on behalf of our university to express our happiness to meet all of you virtually. The tailored agenda, International Online Conference on Pandemic and Human Behavior, is the initiation of our further more collaboration in the near future. I encourage the academic sharing atmosphere to have continuous discussion on these wide-ranging psychological research areas to contribute to the mankind and the spirit to face and fight against the pandemic together. I believe the world is healing very, very soon, hopefully. And by this remark, I officially open this agenda. Once again, thank you for your excitement to share the same spirit of our motto, applying psychology with fighting humanity. Thank you. Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Syamsul, for the opening speech. Okay, we are now continuing our meeting to the next agenda. That is to hear the 3 great keynote speakers in this first session. I'm Reska, will be moderated this session, and before we begin, I'd like to inform all participants that we're gonna have 10 minutes question and answer sessions after each speaker finish the speech. You can ask by typing your questions in this Zoom's comment section. If you see there's a chat icon below your Zoom, and feel free to put the question there either in Bahasa or in English. And no need to wait until Q&A session opened. Later on, we will choose 3 to 6 questions to be answered by our speakers. Let's get started to the main agenda. The first keynote speech, which will be delivered by Associate Professor Mein Woo Sun, PhD, from Department of Psychology, College of Medical and Health Science, Asia University, Taiwan. We also know him as Professor Blake, and he will talk about the stereotype threat deduction effect of the gender role models on the mathematics performance in females. So we will hear Professor Blake's presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is my honor to have a speech on the online conference. My name is Sun Mingwei. I come from Taiwan. I'm teaching in the Department of Psychology in Asia University. And as you know, Asia University is very famous in Taiwan. So I'm really glad if you have time to come to Taiwan. Please welcome to Asia University. Today, I'm going to talk about the topic, which is the stereotype threat deduction effects of the gender role models on the mathematical performance in females. As we know, in the previous record, we can know that people, they have a different mathematical score, especially as the SAT test in USA. The men will perform better rather than the female, and also in the GRE test, the men also will perform better than females. So that's the very interesting questions. Why female, they cannot perform very good, or they can not perform as good as the men? So the Steele and Harrison in 1995, they indicate that maybe the stereotype threat effect will influence the female. The stereotype threat effect is very interesting. Regarding the stereotype threat effects, that means a situational predicament field in situations whether one can be judged by, threatened in terms of, or still fulfill negative stereotype about one's group. That is the explanation from the Spencer in 1999. So also, when we define the gender stereotype, that means on math, female are seen not performers as good as men, and the Asians, they can outperform rather than whites. So when we put the female or whites in the negative stereotype situations, that will cause they will underperform on the mathematics, so they will get the lower score. Regarding the stereotype threat effects, that has already been shown in several studies. So for example, like the gender-based stereotype threat effects, they have already successfully found in the female on math, white men on math. Or it's not regarding the ethnicity-based stereotype threat effect that have already been found in the African Americans on intelligence abilities, or white men in sports. Because the stereotype threat effect has already been shown in several situations, so people, they would like to try to know how can we do the stereotype threat deduction. So in that case, showing them the gender model will be the one of the way to deduct the stereotype threat effect. So in our experimental one, Sun has already found the stereotype rate effects in Taiwan, and also, in addition, more and more researchers focus on how to detect the stereotype rate effects. So some study they also use the positive gender role model to detect stereotype rate effects on females mathematics, and also few study they use the article which is written about a successful female to showing them the gender role model in different fields in order to manipulate to test the deduction stereotype rate effect. In the experimental one, a one-way between participant experimental design has been used in this study. So in here we have the three conditions. One is male model condition. Second one is the female model condition. The third one would be the control conditions. So later I'm going to talk about how can we manipulate by the articles. And also a pilot study we try to use to select a 3 positive model for each condition. And also few manipulation check questions were used to make sure our participants have already read all the article carefully and to be influenced by our manipulation. And this is the male model condition. In here we can see the 3 articles which is talking about the 3 successful male models. So it will be related to the different kind of the field in order like the medical, technology, and science. The second condition would be the successful female model conditions. In here we also show them the 3 stories about female or ladies which is quite successful in society. The third control condition would be the 3 story which is not related to any issue of the gender issue. So that's the reason we are going to just try to ask them to read the 3 articles. In the experimental one, there is the 66 Taiwanese female university students as our participants. So in each cells, in each conditions, there is a 22 participants in each cell, and in total we use the 23 GRE mathematics test, which is selected from the GRE textbook. So in there, we ask the participant to figure out those questions in 15 minutes. So the accuracy of the math test will be our dependent variable. So in our procedure, when the participant they come in our lab, we are going to ask them to sign a consent form and read the instructions. And then we are going to ask them to read the manipulation articles. So now we are going to show you about our results. By using the one-way ANOVA, we found the significant differences in the results. So also by the post hoc analysis, accuracy in the male model conditions, which are lower rather than in the control condition and those in female model conditions. However, there is no significant accuracy differences in between female model and the control conditions. So in that case, that means there is no threat deductions. So here is the figure to show those 3 conditions. So the red bar would be the male models. So blue bar would be the female model, and the white bar would be the control condition. So here we can see when the female university students in the male model conditions, they will perform worse rather than the other 2 conditions. However, the female model, they perform worse rather than the control condition. That shows there is no deduction stereotype rate effect. So that would be our discussion. We need to talk about why, the reason why we get this not significant difference as we expect. So in the results of the experimental one, stereotype rate effect indeed can be found by thinking about the positive model in the Taiwan sample. There is significant differences between the showing positive male model and the female model on female's mathematics test score. However, showing positive female model cannot make test taker to do better rather than who in the control conditions. So showing the positive field model can make better score, but since to be no significant lower than those in the control, the reason to close this might be due to that these female models are not similar to the university age. So that means they are the out-group members. So in school, faculty maybe need to show more positive female models in order to prevent the stereotype rate effect. So in the experimental 2, we are continuing to do our test. As we just showed you in experimental 1, soon in 2012, we found that showing the positive female model can make a better score than men ones and no better than in control. So there is a female model which are not similar to the university on the age. So that's the reason in experimental 2. That's the reason in the experimental 2 we use a one-way between participant experimental designs in the 3 conditions, which is in the first one is the older adult model. The second one is the control condition, which is no models. The third one would be the similar age model. So by using these 3 conditions, we are going to test our hypothesis. And also we use the pilot study, which can be used to select above 3 models for each conditions. And also field manipulation check questions we use to make sure that our participants they have already read and are quite familiar with what we are talking about in the articles. So there we are going to show you about the first condition, which is the older adult model. In here we also show the participants 3 articles which are talking about successful adult models. So here as we use in the experimental 1. The second one is also as same as in the experimental 1. The third one is the similar age model. In here we use the 3 articles and talking about the 3 girls who is a similar age in the university. So in these articles we are talking about what they do and how they are successful in science, in mathematics, or in any the school academic performance. So in here we are going to show our participants their similar age models. In here we also use the 66 Taiwanese female university students. So in each condition there is the 22 participants. Also we use the same GRE math test, and we also use the same dependent variables. So the procedures they are the same as we use in the experimental 1. So now we are going to show you the results. By using the one-way ANOVAs, we do find the significant differences. So by using the post hoc analysis, the accuracy in similar age model conditions are higher than in control condition and also higher than in the older adult model conditions. So interestingly, there is no significant difference, but the accuracy in older adult model tend to be lower than the control conditions. So in these figures we can know that the old adult models in the red bar is quite similar to the control condition, the non-model, but the similar age model, the gray bar, that is higher than the control condition and the old adult models. So it also shows the deduction stereotype rate effects. So in the condition part, we can know that stereotype rate deduction indeed be found by positive in group model in Taiwan sample. So there is a significant differences between the showing in models and non-models or out group models. But importantly, showing old adult models simply can be cause the threat rather than the control condition. And also in school, maybe we can encourage the school faculties may need to show students the similar age female model instead of the older and outstanding models to deduct the stereotype threat effect. So also in the media, maybe we need to know our targets and use the similar target age models to show them. So in that case, in the media, we can use the role model to deduct some of the worse or bad influences. So that would be help us to encourage people to perform better or to have the successful life. Thank you for your attention, and that is my speech. If you have the further questions, please send some message to my email address. So thank you very much again, and thank you for your listening.
Okay, that is the presentation for Professor Main-Woo Sun. So he has been talking about the stereotype threat effects, or the STE, on his research that might be related with stereotype about ethnicity and also gender when this pandemic started. And that's really good to know deeper about this STE from his research. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Yeah, I'm online now. So because some friends, they asked me about what is stereotype threat effect. The stereotype threat effect, that means people, when they are in for example, like the female, they will not perform better in the stereotype activation situation. So also, if we want to use the role model to reduce the negative influence, maybe we need to think about what kind of the role model is the appropriate to show the deduction effect. So sometimes when the media, so we need to know when and who is our target, and rather than we just show them the good model only. So when we are going to teach, or our target would be the teenagers, maybe we can find some the nice or beautiful or wonderful teenagers to show them the good behavior. So in that case, maybe we can show the effects from the role model. So this is a Q&A time. So is there any question? And I try to ask you online. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Black. Now we are going to the question and answer session. There has been 2 questions that sent to me privately. I will read the question. The first one is, currently, we see that many attribute COVID-19 to China. For example, even the president of the USA, Donald Trump, called the virus as Chinese virus. And do you think his action is dangerous, and what can we do to fight this kind of stereotyping?
Okay, so this is a very interesting and a good question on time, because right now we know the COVID-19 influence all of our life and our people in the world. But as you know, the Taiwan is kind of different to the in mainland China. In Taiwan right now, we have already good treatment to control show them or show the public to change their life because of the COVID-19. Maybe we need to show them some role model to show them how to do that in the daily life. So actually, as according to my research, we would like to set what kind of the target we are going to talk about. For example, in Taiwan, sometimes the elderly people, they will not to know, okay, they don't know how to, what is the COVID-19 and what it is come from, and what kind of the infection processing will be influence their life. So sometimes maybe we will ask the elderly model to talk to them, and also use their language to talk to them, because in Taiwan we use the Taiwanese language. So in that case, maybe they will be easily to understand and be to pursue to accept those suggestions. But sometimes when we are talking to the university student or the undergraduate student or some kind of the senior or high school student, we would like to use as some younger people or like the superstar or the idols to talk them how to deal with their daily life. But right now, this is a very interesting question because you are talking about the stereotype. But right now, whether the COVID-19 has the stereotype, we don't know. But we know how to use the appropriate role model to help the protection of the COVID-19. Yeah, so that is my answer. I hope I have already answered your questions.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, that's really true that the role model can be an appropriate way to understand the society about this stereotyping. That's really good. And we are going to the second question that has been sent to me. This is from Sulaiman. We are amazed with how Thailand handling the COVID-19. In contrast, Indonesia experiencing a problem because those Indonesian COVID patients resist to quarantine measures. They are afraid of becoming a COVID patient. It appears there is a belief that COVID is just a conspiracy. Thus, it makes difficult to battle COVID since COVID patients are hiding or running. What do you think that government of Indonesia can copy from Taiwan then in terms of COVID-19 prevention programs or policies?
Okay, thank you very much. I think the prevention of COVID-19 is very, very important and the very professional stuff. Because in Taiwan, we were lucky or we are lucky because in couple years ago, we have the SARS. If you have already heard from the news, in Taiwan, in a couple years ago, things like 2002, something like that, we have the SARS. SARS is kind of also the virus. So at that time, we had a good processing. We set up the processing. So when the COVID-19 occurs in Taiwan or in the world, Taiwan government has a very good processing or the policy to do how to protect. So first step is we need to control who will be infected. So we ask the people, maybe they will be infected to stay at home or stay in our shelters. And also after that, we control all of the people they import or export around the Taiwan. So and also we use the very, very strict law to control people to go who might be try to spread all the virus. And after that, after the 14 days, yeah, we try to use the very good medical system to help people to figure out when they get the COVID-19. And after that, when they stable or when they have already recovery, we will send it back to home, but we also give them the very nice support by the counseling or from the psychologist, yeah, and also some the social welfare service as well. So in Taiwan, we have the very good policy and the processing and also the protection policy. So if the Indonesia government they want to learn from Taiwan, I think the good way is maybe they can just go directly to connect with our center. And because in Taiwan government, we have the specific center to do this protection, and we would like to share with all of the countries in the world. So maybe that is my answers. Because sorry, I'm the psychologist. I'm not from the government. But as we know, in Taiwan, the media they play a very good role to spread or to teach Taiwanese people to know what is the COVID-19, how to protect themselves, and how to prevent to spread those viruses to the other people. So that is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, really hope that how Taiwan handling this kind of pandemic can be also applied in Indonesia to solve this kind of problem. And we have another question, Professor Black.
Yes.
This is the third question. As a social scientist, what can we do to prepare for the future pandemic?
Sorry, something like, can you repeat your question again?
Okay. As a social scientist, what can we do to prepare for the future pandemic? Is there anything that we can do to prevent and prepare for the future pandemic?
For the future what? Sorry. For the future what?
Future pandemic. Yeah, the future pandemic for the coronavirus or other viruses that might be happen in the future.
Okay, the other virus, right?
Yes.
And because from the social psychologists or the social science researchers, maybe we need to know what does the virus or this serious events to influence the people. For example, some of them, they are too sensitive and they have already do the overreaction behaviors. So in that case, maybe we can settle down the helping line, and we can also ask the government to have the budget to connect all the volunteering to give the people who need it some kind of the psychological support, or sometimes they need like the social welfare support. But I think the most important thing in the first step would be the medical care, because in Taiwan, I think the medical care is it's very popular, and also we have the nice health system. So people, they would be take care by all the medical care system. So that is a very important thing. So maybe next time, before the next uh, uh, very serious virus infection, something like that, maybe we to preparations to prevent any bad thing or the not good things to the people. So that is my answer. Thank you.
Okay, of course, we as a scientists, researchers have an important role to prevent any other pandemic that might be happen in the future. Thank you so much, Professor Black. Perhaps
that's my
is there
honor.
anything? Yeah. Okay, there will be like last question in here. Let me see the chat first.
Yeah, before the question, can I just leave a message? If any audience, you have any further question, I will be happy to have your question. So you can just list or leave your message on the board. Maybe I will try to get it, and we try to connect you, and we can also answer to you. Yeah.
Okay, this is gonna be the last question, Professor.
Yep.
What do you think of the ignorance of the people to the COVID health protocol, and what should we do?
I think it's a very important topic because the protocol is very important. But as my side, or in my opinion, I think maybe we need a teamwork, and we need to work out a very good cooperation system, because as we know, when one thing happened like the COVID-19, we need many professionals in the different fields to work together. And also like the media, I think the media is very important, especially we get a lot of message from the TV, from the broadcaster, from the like the on the internet. So when we can give the people some kind of the information or more information, especially the correct information. And also if we know during the COVID-19, we have a lot of the small video to show the people how to deal with and how to prevent the COVID-19. So I think the protocol would be the very huge structure or the program So I think I cannot try to answer in the few sentences, but I think the protocol is very important. Yeah, that's my answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor. For all the participants that really want to ask about this STE effects and other things that related with the pandemic and human behavior, to Professor Black, he have sent us the email. Later on, we will chat on you, and you can ask him privately on the email later on. Thank you so much, Professor Black.
Thank you. Thank you for all of the audience. And sorry, I cannot go to the Indonesia on site, but I'm quite happy to give a speech online. But thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Black.
Thank you.
Okay, that is the end for our first keynote speech. We're gonna have a little bit break, and I just want to remind you for all the participants that if you have any questions, just go typing on your chat box. You can send me privately to Reska Mardiana, or you can just send it publicly on the chat, and we're gonna recap your question to be asked to the second and also third keynote speaker later. Okay, we have a little bit break first, and stay with us and don't leave the meeting.
University of Muhammadiyah Malang UMM is a private university sitting on a plateau of East Java in the city called Malang. The city is well known as a city of education, tourism and industry. Founded in 1964, UMM has now settled 3 campuses, namely Campus 1, Campus 2 and Campus 3. Devoted to environmental sustainability, UMM brings about a green and clean concept of campus. The concept is a vivid attempt to establish a vigorous, pure, and convenient atmosphere to boost creativity and productivity. UMM is also committed to open more green spaces by growing a variety of trees and flowers in every corner of the campus. UMM has achieved an outstanding acknowledgement from many associations, one of which is from National Board for Higher Education Accreditation for institutional accreditation with band A. In addition, UMM was awarded the Most Excellent Campus for the category of University in 2008-2016 by Cooperative 7 of East Java. UMM received international acceptance as it attained Asian Energy Award in 2009 and 2-star predicate from QS Stars World University Rankings in 2010-2011. UMM has also been an associate member of ONQA that is centered in Bangkok. The UMM laboratory has successfully achieved the accreditation of ISO 9001 and ISO 17025 in 2008 from the National Accreditation Committee. UMM students come from any part of the nation and other countries. The students are the inspired generations that aim to excel in their programs of undergraduate and postgraduate studies. UMM's 10 faculties over 56 study programs. Each faculty is equipped with a comprehensive laboratory that is located in the Central Laboratory of UMM. The Central Laboratory has been qualified to conduct laboratory testing for either external, company or other universities' uses. The Faculty of Islamic Studies, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Psychology. The Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Sciences. The Faculty of Engineering. The Faculty of Medical Science. The Faculty of Health Science. Directorate of Postgraduate Program. The learning activities of UMM are monitored through a mechanism to guarantee the sustainability of a qualified higher education that is supported by representative facilities, such as library, mosque, student center, student dormitory, reading corner, information technology, meeting hall, theater, canteen, campus lake, and sport amenities. To add, UMM has also set up several business units, namely UMM Inn, UMM Dome, UMM Bookstore, UMM Hospital, UMM Gas Station, UMM Garage, Micro Hydro Power Plant, Sang Surya UMM Apartment, UMM Farm Center, and Sengkaling Tourism Spot. The facilities are the income center used to uphold the university operational expense in order to minimize the dependency from student admission fee. The business units might be possible to be an applied laboratory for students and can also help to create entrepreneurship. With a great enthusiasm to become a leading university with international credit, UMM has actively encouraged all campus elements to allow international partnerships. There have been notable MOUs made with international stakeholders in study program, faculty, and university level. UMM has as well regularly organized international conferences and seminars in collaboration with some abroad universities. Among others are consortium of 22 universities in Australia, an Australian Consortium for In-Country Indonesian Studies, consortium of 33 universities in Asia and Europe in Erasmus Mundus and Erasmus Plus European Commission, Peace Corps, BGP Dutch Engineer, Al-Haramain Academy of Saudi Arabia, Korean Energy Economic Institute, Chemco Korea, Temasek International Foundation, Confucius Institute of China, Sakura Foundation, and any other representatives of neighbor countries. UMM is challenged to synergize the human resources that are high in diversity by student coaching program. The programs are designed to upgrade the students' potential, skill, and characteristics. In early college period, students must participate in a program of shaping the characteristics and leadership. Devoted to nation, UMM has started to introduce a pattern of campus self-contained energy for the last 10 years by setting up a micro hydro power plant. The pattern was then implemented more widely to construct micro hydro power plant of Sumber Maron in Karangsuko Village, Malang Regency, in cooperation between the Faculty of Engineering of UMM and Sumber Maron Foundation in 2009. Today, with sufficient support of electricity, there are more than 4,000 water pipe connections installed in the neighborhood. In 2016, UMM has transformed a slum village into a tourism village named Jodipan, a village of colors. The program was performed by the students of Communication Science Study Program in cooperation with Indana Paint. This change has manifested a positive impact in a way that the villagers can now maintain their area cleanliness as well can improve their economic condition due to the increasing number of people's visits. At present, Jodipan is a new icon of Malang City. Since 2006, UMM has actively been involved in the revitalization of protected forests and national conservation of Bromo Tengger Semeru in partnership with PT Toyota Boshoku through JIFPRO, Japan International Forestry Promotion and Cooperation Center. The revitalized area, with the participation of students, lecturers, and local community, has now been 165 hectare wide. UMM always performs dedication for the nation, carries out energy with devotion for the sake of the progress and prosperity of Indonesia. UMM, from Muhammadiyah for the nation.
Okay, thank you so much for staying with us. We are really welcome for all participants that coming from Malaysia. There will be also a participant coming from Philippines and also Taiwan as well. Wow, that's really, really great to see you guys in here. And I just want to a little bit announce that International Psychology program has been opened this year in UMM. So for anyone who might be interested to have their bachelor degrees in international degree, now UMM has opened it for you guys. And you can see more information on that in psychology.umm.ac.id. Okay, now let's go to the second keynote speaker. We know that the number of people who are using social media significantly increase every year, and it keeps go up since this pandemic start as every activity turns online, including teaching and learning activities. And what is the role of social media in this aspect and how to use it effectively during this pandemic? And we are going to learn and discuss about that with Associate Professor Dr. Oi Boon Kit, the Dean of the School of Education and Social Sciences from Management and Science University, Malaysia. The second speech will cover the topic about social media in teaching and learning during pandemic. To Professor Oi, time is yours.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ms. Rizka. Can you hear me, Ms. Rizka?
Yes, I
Right.
can clearly
Thank
hear you.
Thank
You can start, sir.
All right. So a very good morning to everyone. Dr. Salis, especially from the Dean's, from Faculty of Education, the Dean of Faculty of not Education, Psychology, sorry, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, for inviting me to give a sharing on topics about social media in teaching and learning. And I suppose this international online conference talking about pandemic and also human behavior is very timely organized by Faculty of Psychology of UMM. And I think this is also very, is concerned by most of the people in these periods of pandemic COVID-19. So I think this topic, which I'm going to share in a while, will be very contemporary, and also I think is also very so-called timely and to be acknowledged by everyone, both staff and also students, to know academic staff. I mean, to know and to maybe to put a thought of this so-called social media, using the social media and its effects on teaching and learning. All right. Let me share my screen here with everyone. All right. I think since every one of us at all levels. So as an educator at the university level and higher learning institutions, everyone has to cope with this change. And this is a very abrupt change to everyone, and leave us no choice but to cope and to respond to these effects of COVID-19. And I believe now we are at this phase 3 I have adapted this so-called chart from Phil Hill, and we suppose now we are facing the third phase of this COVID-19 effect already. And in terms of teaching and learning at higher level institutions, both lecturers and students have to encounter and also to get ready to face whatever possibilities that may happen in this coming future in terms of teaching and learning. So I would mention about social media. I think it's worth to discuss in this platform. I pick two statistical facts to share with everyone here. Why is social media important to be discussed as a topic for teaching and learning? If you look at this statistic, it's about 76% of all of us having these devices, so-called smartphones or mobile phones in our life. And we use this smartphone and mobile phone for especially in this period of time, during this lockdown period of time, which students can go to universities, lecturers can't meet the students face to face, and these devices and the connectivity through the devices is so important. All right, so I think this is a very important fact for us to, I think, to note. Is about 76% overall, and 58% of the user is between 16 to 24 years old, which I think this cluster of user using social media among learners. All right, so the highest percentage of social media user or internet user among the learners. Learners here, of course, from high schools to university learners, right? So I think it's worth to note this as important facts that, in fact, not only this statistic is in April 2020. I think it's quite recent and quite relevant. And this statistic from 76 user having these devices, and 58% of the users among the higher learning institutions learners and also high school learners. And what does it mean by these facts or figures? I think it's important to note that at higher learning level, social media or online so-called virtual or remote learning or teaching require different assist the process of teaching and learning. And one of the important and also quite prevalent form or platforms which can be considered to use in teaching and learning is social media. And social media is so popular, and it is very, very simple, very easy to be used. And I think in terms of adopting social media and into teaching and learning is very important, right? So let's understanding the terms before we go further. So in this topic, we talk about social media in teaching and learning. Let's look at social media. What does it mean by social media? I have picked there. I have researched and studied quite many definitions in terms of social media. I think this one is quite relevant for us to maybe to look at it. It's from Kaplan's and Henlin 2010. And these two experts have put the definitions of social media from the perspectives of what we call social presence, and also the media richness. With these two combinations of theory, they define that social media is a group of internet-based applications that build on ideas and knowledge. So it combines various internet base of applications and form, and generate more new knowledge, and also is not only for communication purposes, it's not only for social interaction purposes. It is beyond that, all right? And when we look at this teaching and learning, these two terms, it consists of two terms: teaching, the perspective from perspective as an educator, and learning from the perspective as a student. And when we talk about teaching and learning itself, it consists of the engagement between the teachers and learners in sharing and also acquiring knowledge and skills. And these skills, of course, talking about skills, it involves not only the practical skills, it involves some other like social skills, soft skills, interpersonal skill, personal skills, many other what we call secondary layers of skills that students will learn through the engagements of what we call teaching and learning. And this I picked it from Brunel, 1966. So according to these Kaplan and Hanlin, they classify social media into 6 categories. And I'm going to touch only on social networking sites. I think social networking sites has given very crucial what we call impact to all levels of learners, especially for higher learning or higher what we call levels of these learners, or even adult learners as well. So Kaplan's and Hanlin's, they classified social media in it is about collaborative projects like the wikis. You know, the wikis, it allowed learners to contribute their idea through this platform. So such as Wikipedia, wiki sources, many other wikis. It allows a learner to contribute idea, to share, even to edit, to comment other people's idea as well. So this is one of the social media platform which is also important to be used for teaching and learning. The second one is about blogs. I think blogs is quite earlier back in 1900s, 1990s. Bloggers and also WordPress are the examples of blogs. And blogs allows a learner, even a lecturer, a professor, to develop their personal platform or web page to express, to advocate a certain area of knowledge. And through that platform, learners can also chip in or to comment about the particular sets of knowledge. This is also one types of the social media. The third type of social media is content communities. Content communities, I think many students and even lecturers, academic staff use this quite frequently. For example, SlideShare, YouTube. So whoever can contribute their slides onto the what we call the platform, and the user are allowed to also download, to use the slides or also material. everyone chip in their knowledge and put their contents onto this platform, and they use it together. And the fourth type, I think this is very familiar to everyone, is about social networking sites. And the use of social networking sites is to have a social interaction, to communicate, to meet friends, to update self, what they call status, and etc. For example, FB still is the highest, what they call platform used among the user in this day, and Twitter, Insta, and I don't know. People have been feedback to me. People feedback to me saying that Facebook is coming to what they call declining phase already, because a new age or new generations prefer to use Insta more than Facebook. But Facebook has its significant in terms of functions, in terms of what they call these options of using to interact and to communicate. It has its significance as well. It depends on the preference of individuals, in fact. And Twitter is also become more popular. All right. And the fourth one is virtual game worlds. Virtual game worlds is about many players coming together and they play games virtually. So that means an individual, what we call, will play the role of the players in the game. All right. This is for the game purposes. New, which like examples of Second Life. But in today's discussion, I focus only on the social networking sites, which is very common and also familiar to especially students and also lecturers as well, such as FB, Twitter, and Instagram. I probably would like to share what they call the purpose of students using social media. And this study is conducted by Norcia. Norcia is from UUM. She conducted a research with her colleagues studying the purpose of using social media. And she also studied to relate the using of social media with the personality types. But I would like to share only this particular piece of information with everyone because I think it's very important for us to note that why students using social media and what actually is their purpose. So listed here is about 10 purposes, and I managed to highlight 2 purposes which related to learning, teaching and learning. So students use social media to search for information. This is about 87.9% out of 407 samples collected. And the second purpose, which is related to teaching and learning, is to complete the assignment task. It's about 71.9% students using social media for that purpose. Seems students using social media mainly not for learning most of the time, but these elements of learning using social media is catching up, and especially in this period of pandemic of COVID-19, because social media is more simple, is simpler and easier to be used compared to some other educational platform, online educational platform. All right. Now, social media in teaching and learning, in fact, we need to understand that using social media is to ease the process of teaching and learning, and it has its specific purposes. Like for example, when we use Twitter, it serves different purpose compared to using Instagram for teaching and learning. And if we use like for example YouTube, it serves different purposes as well. All right. So as a learner or as a teacher, I think it's very important for us to understand the purpose of deliver lessons. Once we have identified what's the objective of teaching a lesson, then making use of social media to complement teaching and learning, I think it will be more effective. So specific purpose I would like to share with everyone here. Like for example, I share one example here. Using Insta. A language teacher, a language lecturer would like to engage students using Instagram. All right. This is example. My colleagues use this to. This picture is just a picture, stimulus picture to show on Instagram, and requesting the students to rewrite a paragraph using past perfect tense. Past perfect tense, and they have to write about the particular paragraph. All right. So here it shows the initial paragraph given by the lecturer and all the responses given by students followed. So based on this paragraph and also the pictures given, students can respond immediately. This is examples of using Instagram. I think why is it so different using this Instagram or social media to teach sentences? We can teach sentences using slides. We can teach sentences or maybe particular subjects using face-to-face mood. But by using Instagram, it helps, especially during these non-face-to-face periods, to teach or to learn. We can't go to campus, we can't attend classes, but lecturers still can teach sentences, for example, using Instagram. And Instagram allow everyone to access anytime at all. All right. So like, for example, Instagram user, I think every few minutes, they will be going to put on the message or any notification from the social media, social networking sites, not only Instagram, Facebook, WhatsApp, WeChat, and etc. So this allowed them to pick up the task given by the lecturers, and they can respond immediately. All right. So this example using Insta. Students to create an awareness of a certain topic, especially for psychology students. They learn about the pathological disorders. They learn about what they call psychological concepts and theories. So I think it's good to pick up a concept, a symptoms, or a mental illness to promote it, to advocate that particular topic through what they call using social media. So Instagram is one of the options. Like students use this Instagram to promote anxiety. They can design their own content. They can create this visual and also even audio effects using social media. Of course, Instagram mainly is photos, sharings, pictures, and etc. But in terms of maybe audios and also visual effect, they can even use YouTube and etc. So this is examples of using social media. And it is encouraging sometimes to certain personality of students, those who prefer learning individually, and they can be creative to create their own content, right? Okay, this is a third example, also using this so-called what they call Instagram. Instagram. to teach. And especially for public relations at our School of Education and Social Sciences, my school at MSU, we have public relation. So public relation, in fact, is also they teach students to be more corporate. So students are asked to promote themselves, an individual. This what they call market industry to work. So they need to highlight themselves, to project their themselves as a public relations officer or executive. So through social media, I think is a good option for them to project or to highlight themselves as a PR, or what they call public relations students. All right. So these are the examples of using social media for specific purposes, right? And I think one more point I would like to share with everyone. Social media is real in terms of participations. It engage in real time with the real audiences. Why it is so important? It is important because when students participate in the posting and also responses to the postings of the lecturers on social media platform, they in fact react to the real time. So their postings has been recorded. Even lecturers can check when students posted, and students also can track their posts, all right, through the social media, and it engage in real time, so-called. Somehow, it also engage the real audiences. So real audiences here are not only the particular class of students or particular group of students engaged in the social media. Sometimes when in a posting of Twitter, let's say, so if I create a Twitter page, a particular topic, let's say, I post topics of the benefits or maybe social media advantages, right? So I post on Twitter, and then I would like to ask my students to respond or to comment about the statements. So students will give their own opinions, comment on the statements, and the responses of the comments of the students will be recorded. And it is not only recorded, sometimes audiences out of the class, of the groups of my students, will also be able to react or to respond to the posting. So this is very interactive, and it is also very risky because it allows these so-called real audiences to respond to the post. All right, and we can't really, like, of course we can block them, but we can't really like stop them doing so. So by the responses given by other audiences out of the students group, probably it may affect the students positively, even negatively. All right, so this is risky in terms of that, right? And I think make use of all different forms of social media is very crucial, right? So by combining the different platforms to teach a particular subject is more effective. For example, one lecturer teaching one particular topic, in fact, can make use of Insta to post pictures to allow students to share, to advocate their personal perspectives through Insta. They can ask students to link with the YouTubes, doing recordings of themselves, and even FB, what do you call, and etc. All right, and etc. So social media is so relevant, in fact, to allow this teaching and learning happens. I have shared this already. I think it's also important for us to note down the pro and cons of using social media in teaching. All right, let's look at the pros. The advantages. One of the advantages of using social media, because it's easily connected, and even we use handphone, mobile phone. It is very mobile, very mobile. We don't have to carry the laptop here and there. We just need to use a mobile phone in any situation, anywhere. It's easy, can be done, all right? And it is freer. Freer means it allows students to be what they call not confined to only the textbook, not confined to only a certain reading materials. It is free in terms of using different resources to express their opinion, and also they can make use of all resources to share what actually they would like to their creativity, all right, their creativity, rather than putting their ideas only in words or in writing, right? So it allows students also, the pros using this in learning, it allows students to gain practical experiences, to gain so-called skill. This is so-called second level of skills. Students learn how to make use of all platforms of social media, which allow them, when they go for a job in future, they have already equipped with these sets of skill. All right, and many work nature in the industry require these graduates or undergraduates to have sets of skills using social media, especially. So, however, there is disadvantages, which I think we need to also be concerned. Is about human touch, or the human sides, humanity sides. Using social media especially affects an individual's emotions, right? Emotions. So the affective aspects of humans is affected. Especially, I got the feedback from my colleagues, and also from students through our systems, a feedback system. Many students are affected emotionally, and also the mood is also affected when they learn through this so-called virtual learning. And using social media is also one of the virtual learning platform. So when friends and understanding will happen, right? So even students can make use of this social media to attack other students, or to offend other students, which is in fact risky in terms of that. And human, if lacking of this understanding, they will be easily affected, especially students will be easily affected. And I think this is also very important to students and also lecturers to take into account in terms of the balance of time spending virtual and reality. So for time being, we have no choice, but we have to pick up any platforms, virtual, online platform to assist our teaching and learning. But in normal situation in our past, so-called now is new normal. New normal, we can't practice what we normally do. We have to follow a set of new normal norms to follow. So we can meet up, we still can meet up maybe face to face, but using blended or so-called virtual learning is very important. But in terms of balance, using virtual and also face-to-face or human contact, the balance in terms of these two must be there, right? It's very important. Otherwise, when an individual has been engrossed into using social media, engaging others with social media, and it increased the screen time of the individual to social media and etc. So mentally, right? So the balance should be there. The balance should be there, and communication also will be distorted through only using, like what I mentioned just now, social media platform. Social media can it can be very useful. It can be very destructive in some sense as well, right? So in order to achieve a better understanding in terms of communication, sometimes not only through social media, posting and etc. We need to meet up face to face through other online platform, right? So-called synchronous platform. Meeting through Zoom, right, is also one of the options, not only posting through social media. In order to achieve more effective communication, right? So these are the pros and cons of using social media. And this will be the, I suppose, slide, the last one to share with everyone about challenges of using social media. Only two, social media for teaching and learning. Only 2 points I would like to highlight in this presentation. The first one is about public and private. Social media, students and individual, not only students, I think lecturers as well, must be aware of how public, how private is the information when we want to share through social media, because social media, it can be accessed by anyone, like so-called real audiences are there, and anytime, and it can be traced as well. So I think awareness of information that can be shared publicly or privately should be of etiquette, right? So-called online etiquette to be abide by in order to avoid any unnecessary damages, especially when we post something which is what we call offensive, which can create restless to the public, which can also affect others' emotions. I think these are the aspects that lecturers or students must avoid and must be aware of that. All right. Some information should be shared only privately. And through social media, there are lots of private information or personal information can be gained from social media as well. I say, for example, I have social media accounts, but some of the private or personal information, I should protect it well. And I think this is very crucial, very, very important. The second aspect, I think it is also one of the challenges to especially higher learning institution academicians in terms of pedagogical and technical, right? These, I would say, after Generation X, they consider digital natives. They are born with these devices, and they are born with these opportunities of using all kinds of online platforms. All right, so they are natives to it. They are natives to this digital age. And while for lecturers at this age, we are learning it, right? So during our learning at higher institutions time, we don't use much of social media. What we use to create or to finish our assignments probably is what we need is just a typewriter. And then maybe after some years, computers is being used widely. We use computer, just a simple words, words to type or to finish our assignment. Not even internet yet, not so common yet, all right? So the difference or the gap between the lecturer and the so-called native, the students is native, digital native, is there. So it's very important for us academician to upgrade not only their pedagogical skill. What we have as an academician, we have pedagogy skill. We know how to convey a knowledge. We have the content. We are professional in terms of that, and we are experts for certain discipline. What we are lacking, probably not all, I mean, majority lacking of this so-called advanced technical skill, using social media, online, remote learning, virtual. So in terms of that particular set of skill, we need that in order to complement the pedagogical aspects as an academician. So while students, they have a technical skill, they are good, they are so well in using all kind of social medias, online tools, and etc. However, what they are lacking is they require teacher or lecturers to guide them to facilitate their learning. So the gap should be closed, all right, in terms of having more collaborative work rather than one way, like teacher give instructions, students do. No, I think in future, one of the challenges is the collaborative between teacher or lecturers and students should be inculcated, and the gap should be closed, all right? I think this is very important, and it makes a transformation as personal and also social changes. And personal in terms of the individual, as either as a teacher or as a learner, and also the gaps in between lecturers and students. All right. So that is what I have highlighted for today's topic, using social media in teaching and learning. So I would like to thank everyone paying your attention to listen to my presentation. So that's from me. Thank you, Reska.
Yeah, thank you so much, Professor Oy.
Yeah.
It is undeniable that both pros and cons, of course, are existing in using social media, especially in teaching and learning right now.
Yeah.
Well, we've learned about the impact of the social media in educational sector, and we're now move on to the Q&A session. There's a lot of a question that has been sent to me, Professor. Well, I'm gonna filter like 3, I guess, this question for you.
Okay.
Okay, first is from Gita Farabi. He asked about how to teach the student by this online platform to be as well as the classroom activity, while there are some objectives of the learnings that we could not completely accomplish through the internet learning. And should we rearrange the curriculum in this internet learning? You may answer, sir.
Reska, I got the final parts of the questions because of this the connections of the line. Can you repeat again the front one?
Yes, he actually like given an opening that this online platform
Okay.
couldn't completely accomplish the objectives of his learning.
Yes.
I think he might be a teacher in here. And he asked
Mhm.
about, should we rearrange the curriculum in the internet learning itself to be make it as well as the classroom activity that we usually face to face towards the students itself?
All right. Thank you, Rezga. I think to answer these questions, for this period of time, we have no choice in terms of curriculum adjustment. I think there is not much need of adjusting the curriculum itself, but in terms of delivery, we need to adjust in terms of delivery. So usually when we want to deliver lessons, we have 2 to 3 objectives to achieve. Maybe without face-to-face, we can only achieve maybe 2 out of 3, and you don't feel satisfied after conducting the particular lessons. And in this pandemic outbreak time, we can't do this face to face. We have no choice. But what we can do is to make use of all kind of this online platform to teach. However, so teach students in terms of what we call this affective domain, this attitude, right? Attitude domain. So attitude parts, what we can do, in fact, we can ask students to do this self-reflection, and we can just need maybe a page or maybe an expressions, 1 minute expressions, video recordings or audio recordings or in written form to express their learning for particular subject. So in terms of that, we can also get the students what we call feedback from what they learn for the particular subject. So of course, 100% learning online or virtually, I don't see there is beneficial 100%, but it is useful, especially in this so-called crisis. We need them, and we still can proceed with the process of teaching and learning. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
So there might be a needed in adjusting the delivering, how the teacher deliver the learning materials to the student.
Yes,
right,
yes, learning materials, methods, rather than the curriculum.
Okay. This might be the last question, sir, from this question and answer session.
All right.
This is from Widya. He is from West Java, Indonesia. She asked about the how there is some difficulties to learning use the gadget, and is there any suggestion that you can provide? Is there any tips or ways for students to concentrate more on learning to use the social media itself?
I lost the audio connection again.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any way?
Is there any ways or tips you can provide to make students more concentrate in learning through the online platform?
All right. Okay. Vika, is it? What's the students who asked the questions?
Vidya.
Vidya, all right, Vidya. I think like what I mentioned just now, online learning is not the best option, but it is not effective, so-called totally, but it is one of the best options that we have during this lockdown period of time. And we need to develop a set of learning style because we have been using the so-called our conventional learning styles, learning at classroom, meeting friends, asking questions face-to-face, meeting in small groups, discussions, and etc. But online learnings is something new, but we have I think we have picked up, everyone has picked up already learning online, and you have got a skill you have automatically right now. And what we need is lacking of a set of learning style or learning pattern which will benefit us the most or to the optimum. Says, for example, when I teach online, in fact, I would prefer students to switch on video and mute the audio, and they concentrate the response, right? They concentrate the response. And as a students, one of the ways you can do is you have to set a learning routine of the day. If you wake up at 7, then when online is on, you need to have a setting, a proper setting at home. And this place is for learning, and you have your gadgets or devices set up there, and you must have a routine. Maybe at 8 you start working, even you don't have lesson or class lesson, you spend 1 hour or 45 minutes searching for information and do some reading, and then off again. And you have to set maybe this routine well for daily. Then you won't be distracted by other tasks, because learning from home, sometimes you will be affected by doing house chores, people surrounding, the setting, the environment will affect you. So what you need, you have to set a routine. You have to, either you have online class or no online class, but you have to set a routine. Even your attire must be set, must be proper. Not learning from home, you simply wear whatever you like, or even some of you not wearing properly. So I think this all learning style and attitude must be set. And when you set, regardless classes or schedule, then you have to follow it. Then once you have picked up the routine, I think you will have a good way of learning. All right. So to set a routine, and you have to set an environment or setting which can allow you to learn better. That is important.
Okay, that's
right.
really great. I think all of the all of the question has been answered. We just set the routine and also set the settings or environment of your learning system. Unfortunately, we are running out of time. There would be like 10 and 12 questions again. But I'm really sorry that I couldn't deliver it to to Professor Oy right now, because we're running out of time. Thank you so much, Professor, for having to be with us in this morning. And we're gonna move on to the last speaker for this session. Thank you, Professor Oy.
Thank you, Reska.
Okay, this is gonna be the last speakers for this first session. If we try to search on website, a lot of news articles shows that coronavirus is causing a historic rise in mental health problems. And it is undeniable that this unprecedented situation has had a considerable impact on public. And since this appears, a vast majority of people eventually realize that everything in our daily life is actually uncertain. And we're going to have Mr. Salis Yuniardi, PhD psychologist, that will talk about uncertainty and psychopathology during pandemic in Indonesia. Sir, you can now commence. Okay, we still have a little bit technical issues in here to provide the PPT for the third session. The third speakers, I mean. Let's a little bit wait for that. Yes, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, thank you very much for my brother, Professor Black from Asia University, and also my very good friend, Professor Oi. Yeah. Thank you very much that you have spent your time to join with us celebrating my faculty birthday. And I really hope that this pandemic will go soon, so we can visit Malaysia and also Taiwan. Yeah, and
Sure.
yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
So I
Saris.
would like to say thank you for Dr. Agnes from Philippines as well, and also all your students. Hopefully, we can develop more mutual collaboration in the future. And today, I would like to share my recent research about uncertainty and psychopathology during this pandemic. Yeah. Because as we know, this pandemic situation is not only bring the virus, but also we feel uncertainty. So next slide, please. And today there are 3 points that I would like to share. The first one is about uncertainty. What is the meaning of uncertainty itself? And we're gonna look as well the relationship between uncertainty and psychopathology. How could uncertainty lead to any kind of psychopathology for anxiety, stress, depression, or others psychopathology that possibly we can feel during this pandemic. And lastly, I would like to try talking about how to handle this uncertainty positively. Next, please. Actually, we have faced uncertainties on our daily basis because we can say that all of our aspects in our life actually is uncertain. Yeah. But honestly, never more so uncertain than today. This pandemic has heightened uncertainty over the economy, relationship, and of course our physical and mental health. So currently we not only do physical or social distancing, but possibly we also have to start psychological distancing. Because when we getting close with someone in supermarket, for example, we start to be paranoid, yeah, whether will be okay for us staying near with him, yeah, or not, yeah. So what we feel now actually is not only social distancing, but possibly we can say psychological distancing too. Yeah. Why we can say that this pandemic really bring us uncertainty? Because even though previously we face uncertainty, but we used to have a sense of fully control over those past uncertainties. However, today we feel unsafe and powerless. It seems that we don't have a sense of control over our lives and well-being now, as it is used to. We can see that since it began in Wuhan, November 2019, yeah, now it has spread rapidly over the world. And we don't know when will it end. Weeks ago, I discussed with Professor Black and also one of my colleagues in Taiwan. They say that it's getting better now in Taiwan. I think similar in Malaysia. Yeah. In Malaysia, in particular in Kuala Lumpur, they have started to be in transition. Yeah, start to be living normally. However, in Indonesia, it's still uncertain because the pandemic still exists and the number is still increased. Yeah. And also in UK, this morning I read on Daily Mail newspaper. Actually, they start to make policy about getting living normal. But this morning, Prime Minister Boris Johnson also announced that possibly he has to cancel or postpone this policy because in some part of UK also facing the second wave. So we don't know when will it end. And as I said, the case number over the world now is nearly 16 million. And the death number is also nearly 700,000 people. Yeah. This data I accessed a week ago. When in Indonesia the case is still under 100. Yeah. But today, this morning, the case is already 106,000 people. Yeah. And the number is still increasing, as I said. And we don't know will we get sick. Will anything bad thing happen to our loved ones? Yeah. 2 weeks ago, I have a meeting with my colleagues from other city. Yeah, we have small meetings on Friday, and then on Sunday night, his staff contacted me that she gave information that my colleagues got positive. Yeah. So she asked me to do swab test as well. This morning also I called my young sister, and she told me that during this week only, she has to take twice PCR, rapid test. She got it in Wednesday because one of her colleagues got COVID, and then she has to get another one in Friday because another colleague also get COVID. Yeah. So, and she worry because she has baby. Yeah. Not only about health, but also about economic. It's now shrink dramatically, and we don't know how to handle it. Yeah. And we have to be honest that this uncertainty perceived by everyone over the world. And if we say that this situation is uncertain, I think no one will argue against it. So at this point, uncertainty is a condition where we feel lack of sureness about it, and this condition is perceived objectively. So we get one point that uncertainty is an objective condition, and in this situation is objectively uncertain. However, people are, next slide, yeah, please. However, people are also different in how much uncertainty they can tolerate in life. Next slide, please. Yeah. Some people seems enjoy taking risks and living unpredictable lives. Edge of uncertainty is a kind of a color, which it makes our life colorful beautifully, even possibly in this situation. Yeah. However, some other find that the randomness of life very, very deeply distressing. All this uncertainty seems gloomy, dark, and threatening. So we got another point. At the first is uncertainty is a condition, while in the second point, uncertainty also a subjective perception. Because on each people, inside each people, we have what we call intolerance of uncertainty. What is intolerance of uncertainty? Next slide, please. Yeah. Next. What is intolerance of uncertainty? It is a dispositional characteristic that results from a set of negative beliefs about uncertainty and also its implication. And this uncertainty also involves the tendency to react negatively on an emotional, cognitive, and behavioral level to uncertain situations. So, intolerance of uncertainty is a dispositional characteristic which is the result of learning process. And interestingly, previous slide, please. Back, individuals reporting higher IU or intolerance of uncertainty tend to perceive uncertainty even in neutral conditions. And they will perceive more uncertain in an objectively uncertain condition. And thus, they will perceive more threatening condition and eventually more tend to avoid it or feel more worry facing it. Also in this pandemic situation, individuals reporting higher IU tend to perceive this pandemic as more uncertain and thus more worry about it. And how can uncertainty will bring psychopathology? Yeah. Next slide, please. I did some research about intolerance of uncertainty, and also there are some others research in this area as well. And one that I found is IU increase perception of uncertainty, as I said. So people who have IU will perceive uncertainty even in neutral condition and will perceive more uncertainty in neutral in uncertain condition compared to people who have lower IU level. And also interestingly, IU is a transdiagnostic factor, a factor which is have correlation with all other psychopathology or have contribution to all psychopathology, from anxiety, depression, eating disorder, sleep disorder. Yeah. So a lot of literature, including my own research, suggested that EU is a transdiagnostic factor. And how can uncertainty will lead to depression, yeah, during this pandemic? Next slide, please. I did research with some of my colleagues, Matthew Kans and also Mas Hanif Akhyar. And what we can learn is IU increase our level of severity. So we feel that this situation is more suffering, and it lead to our emotional response, such as anxiety, stress, yeah, and then also lead to more behavioral response. For example, as like looking for information excessively, yeah, or prohibited in this situation, don't want to do anything, yeah, or even ignore it. However, it will lead to stress, anxiety, and depression. So this is the pathway. How can uncertainty link it to stress and anxiety and also depression? Next slide, please. And how we can handle it? I try to conceptualize 3 points. Yeah. The first one, next slide, please. First one is understanding your uncertainty. What we can understand about uncertainty? First, this is the result of learning process. So all start from our mind, and what is intolerance, uncertainty inside our mind is the result of learning process. So if we want to learn the new process, we want to learn something that different, we can do it, including changing our intolerance of uncertainty to be more tolerant with this uncertainty. And we have to always realize that we are now in the same boat. Not only us who feel the situation is uncertainty, but all people over the world also feel that and also perceive that the situation is uncertain. Next. Secondly, we have to challenge our uncertainty. There are 2 dimensions of uncertainty. The first one, we call it a prospective uncertainty, or excessively seek reassurance from others. Yeah. We endlessly research information online. We follow every day for Indonesian, yeah, Mr. Yuri and also Dr. Raisa, yeah, who on daily basis every 3 p.m. hours, yeah, announce the number of COVID in Indonesia. Yeah. And we also always try to get information about COVID from our WhatsApp groups. Yeah. And we also share it. Why we want to share? Because we want to get response to reassure our opinion about it. So what we have to do? Stop it. Yeah. And I make it here. Yes, Dr. Raisa is beautiful. Yeah. And that's why she has been chosen to be the speaker of our government, to help Indonesian people reduce our uncertainty and our worry. But take a break from her. You don't need to follow every day, yeah, any news about her, particularly the number of Indonesian COVID. Yeah. The second thing that the dimension of uncertainty is we tend to procrastinate or paralyze in this situation. Yeah. So when we have uncertainty, we tend to be paralyzed or procrastinate everything. Yeah. We tend to not doing anything. Yeah. And that is wrong. When we are in uncertain, what we have to do is do something. You have against this condition, so do something. And not only do something, but do differently. Do differently. If usually you cook rendang for your breakfast, today try to make to make experiment about cooking. No worries about the taste. Just do differently and do different thing. Yeah. Don't be trapped in the ritualization. That will bring you to go deeper uncertainty. And the last advice is, next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. We have to hold on a stable rock. Who are rock that are stable? First one is our relatives or our friends. Share if we feel uncertain or we have anxious facing this uncertainty. Yeah. Your relative and also your friends possibly can help you. However, sometimes we have to be honest that they also have their own problems, so they cannot help us. So who is the next stable rock that we can we can lean on? This is our own self. We have to remember that everything is depend on our mind, and we are the master of our mind. If we cannot control our mind too, so this is the time for us to go to our God. Even if you don't believe with the existence of God, we have to remember that believing in God giving you hope. Even this is only imagination, yeah. But believing in God giving us hope. And hope will increase immunity as well as decrease anxiety. So that's all that I can share today. Hopefully it will give benefit for us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, sir, that's really a great speech. We finally realized that even before this pandemic happened, our life is also uncertain. However, this current situation leads to an abrupt change on increasing the number of people having psychological disorders. Thank you so much, sir, for the presentation. And we're gonna go to the Q&A session. I just got the question from Eddie, and he asked about which one between the social media, social intercourse, or policy, like rule, rewards, or punishment, that become the most significant factor to the human behavior and make uncertainty in human. Okay, which one between the social media, social intercourse, or policy that become the most significant factor to make the uncertainty in our life?
We can say that both have influence to our uncertainty, because social media, of course, it's full of uncertainty. We don't know who spread the information. Is it a hoax or not? We don't know the who create this information as well. And however, we also lean on our governments. If we got a good government who can help us to more comfort with the situations, ensure us that everything okay, everything has been handled, so we will feel that the situation is certain. However, from both factor, I think social media give more influence, because for example, in Indonesia, we agree or not with our government, we can ignore it. Yeah. What I mean is, our life actually is not really depend on our government, because not on our daily basis, we also remember our government. However, it's different with social media. every 5 minutes possibly we will look at our social media. We check our WhatsApp, we check our Instagram. So a lot of information come to our mind, and we have to realize that not all this information is having good impact. Possibly this is correct, but we don't need it. So it will load to our mind and make our mind also feel burdening too. And we will get tired with this, the flood of information. That's why I really suggest take a break from social media at least 1-2 hours, or if you can take a break during night, stop your social media. Yeah. That is my answer.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Because of the time, I guess we're gonna have our last question for this session. That is from Muhammad Fatoni. He asked about how to handle uncertainty in health provider like nurses, because many doctors and nurses and also other health workers was died during this pandemic.
Thank you for the question from Mr. Fatoni. I know him. He is a nurse, yeah, and also a lecturer in Brawijaya University. And he is also one of activists in Muhammadiyah Disaster Center, including in this situation. Yeah. So I know where this question coming from, because on daily basis, he faced this problem. Yeah. As I said, the situation is uncertain objectively. We cannot argue it. We cannot argue against it. Yeah, that the situation is uncertain. Particularly for nurse, doctors, we know it. Yeah. However, we have to remember that if we have intolerance of uncertainty during our mind, this situation, we will perceive it more uncertain. So the thing that we can handle is our mind. We cannot handle external factor. We cannot, okay, the situation, please change to be certain. No. Okay, coronavirus, go on. No, we cannot say that. Yeah. The thing that we can handle is our mind. So everything is back to our mind. How we have to back to our mind? First, as I said, we have to realize that the situation is objectively uncertain, and all people over the world feel it, perceive it. So not only us. It will help us. Second, stop from excessively looking for information. Just take a break. Do something differently, do something that different. Yeah. So out of your nurse job, possibly you can do something else, yeah, on your daily life. Yeah. We know this is difficult, but at least control it. Yeah. Possibly that is my answer, Ms. Rizka. Yeah. As I said, there are 3 points. Understanding your uncertainty. Second, facing and challenge this uncertainty. Last thing is hold on a stable rock. Your friend, yourself, your mind, and the last thing is your gut. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Please give a round of applause for Mr. Salis and also other 2 great speakers in here. There will be the end of our first session today, but thank you. But we're gonna have other session, of course, that is the second section. And don't forget, in 5 minutes ahead, we will have second session with other 3 remarkable speakers that will be moderated by Irina Putri. I think that's all for our first session. Thank you so much for all the speakers and also the participants that has been with us today. Don't forget, do not leave your Zoom's meeting, because we're gonna go to the second session. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Kayak gini suaranya. Check.
University of Muhammadiyah Malang UMM is a private university sitting on a plateau of East Java in the city called Malang. The city is well known as a city of education, tourism and industry. Founded in 1964, UMM has now settled 3 campuses, namely Campus 1, Campus 2 and Campus 3. Devoted to environmental sustainability, UMM brings about a green and clean concept of campus. The concept is a vivid attempt to establish a vigorous, pure, and convenient atmosphere to boost creativity and productivity. UMM is also committed to open more green spaces by growing a variety of trees and flowers in every corner of the campus. UMM has achieved an outstanding acknowledgement from many associations, one of which is from National Board for Higher Education Accreditation for institutional accreditation with band A. In addition, UMM was awarded the Most Excellent Campus for the category of University in 2008-2016 by Cooperative 7 of East Java. UMM received international acceptance as it attained Asian Energy Award in 2009 and 2-star predicate from QS Stars World University Rankings in 2010-2011. UMM has also been an associate member of ONQA that is centered in Bangkok. The UMM laboratory has successfully achieved the accreditation of ISO 9001 and ISO 17025 in 2008 from the National Accreditation Committee. UMM students come from any part of the nation and other countries. The students are the inspired generations that aim to excel in their programs of undergraduate and postgraduate studies. UMM's 10 faculties over 56 study programs. Each faculty is equipped with a comprehensive laboratory that is located in the Central Laboratory of UMM. The Central Laboratory has been qualified to conduct laboratory testing for either external, company or other universities' uses. The Faculty of Islamic Studies. The Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. The Faculty of Political and Social Sciences. Faculty of Law. The Faculty of Economics and Business. Faculty of Psychology. The Faculty of Agriculture and Animal.
Assalamualaikum, a very good morning to you. Welcome to the second session of e-conference with me, Irina, as the moderator in this session. All right, here we have some international participants from Malaysia, Taiwan, Filipina, and the United Kingdom. Welcome to them. Okay, we will have 3 outstanding speakers who will share you with some valuable insights and information regarding pandemic and human behavior. Okay, before starting the presentations, I would like to introduce our amazing expert. Okay, from the right corner, we have David Pradhan from India. He is a senior research fellow and doctoral candidate at School of International Studies, Jawaharlal Nehru University, New Delhi, India. He has a background of legal studies and is a practicing lawyer. And in my right side, we have Ilona from Ukraine. Currently, she teaches courses on theory and analysis of foreign policy, diplomacy, government bureaucracy, and English speaking for informal interaction. She was actively doing some voluntary services and social experiences in Ukraine. She was awarded a scholarship for student exchange in University of Patimura Ambon to learn Indonesian language and culture. And in my left side, we have Matthew Kahn from the United Kingdom. He graduated from Master of Science Clinical Psychology, the University of Newcastle, And currently he works as a lecturer and researcher in the Faculty of Psychology, the University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and is conducting research into the psychological impact for COVID-19 in Indonesia. He participated in a research in the development of anger management programs and worked in a mental health center, which helped to find clients with various types of treatment. Okay, if you have questions, you are very welcome to type your questions in the comment section. We will allow the speakers to answer your question in question and answer session. All right. Confronting COVID-19 pandemic for more than a half year leads some people suffering stress by government regulation. Eventually, some of them disregard the government's policy concerning health protocols. This induces the abrupt increase in infections and deaths worldwide. We frequently question what some psychological factors that lead society to not comply with health regulations, and how should government convince the community to comply with health regulations without disturbing their mental health. Okay, our first speaker will share you about coercion or inclusion, a psycholegal assessment of health regulations compliance during COVID-19 pandemic. Please welcome David Pradhan.
You can start.
Thank you, Chair. At the outset, I thank Dr. Salim Gandhi for providing the opportunity to psychology. I'm actually a lawyer. My acquaintance with psychology is limited to the single paper, single course on legal psychology that I'm studying. Regulation compliance during COVID-19 pandemic. COVID-19, as we all know, is a pandemic which has affected something that we, at least in our generation, have not seen in our entire lifetimes. And with more than 16 million confirmed infections worldwide, more than 650,000 deaths. I think today it has reached 700,000 deaths. More than 5,000 deaths in Indonesia itself. We are facing one of the biggest challenges the society has ever faced. COVID-19 is known to be extremely contagious and causes severe risk to severe damage to health apart from just the infection. And it is said to be fatal to those who are old and physically weak or have other pre-existing medical conditions. COVID-19 is changing the world as we know it, and we have come to acquaint ourselves with terms which we had never seen before. Terms like lockdown, social distancing, wearing masks, and the tension between the economic development and protecting health, the catch-22 situation that we are seeing. And when we consider all these factors, what we know is that wherever there has to be a problem that is being faced by society, it has to be governed by legal means. So legal control over society for controlling the epidemic becomes relevant. For this, we see that in every country, we have certain epidemic regulations which have been formulated. And apart from that, the government is also releasing information through campaigns, through other social media and through television broadcasts and things like that. So what we expect is that in a situation like this, when people are at high risk of health damage and health problems, they would trust scientific research more. They would be keen for vaccination, that social awareness and self-interest, rational self-interest, would lead people to take the measures that are in their best interest. However, what we find is quite different from what we expect. What we see is that in developed countries like United States, the issue of COVID-19 has become extremely politicized. In India, it has led to social conflict. It has actually created more social conflict in society. And in Indonesia, we see there is a streak of denialism, which is prevalent among the political class. Next, please. So what we see is that in places like America, there have been movements which say that give me liberty or give me death. You know, people are now sort of prioritizing their economic well-being over their risk to health. And also, people are attending churches more. There are movements to reopen the country, and people are actually opposing vaccination in America and in other countries as well. So recently we see that there was this entire anti-vaccination movement, because of which the government had to come out with measures to educate the people. There is a trend of anti-scientificity which is prevalent in society. People are moving away from science, and they are actually rejecting medicines, rejecting the regulations, rejecting the guidelines, the health guidelines, and the advisories that the government is issuing because of certain reasons. The problem is so severe that UNICEF actually had to come up with a project for tracking anti-vaccination sentiments in certain countries. Even in developing countries, we find that in countries like India, there was a recent case in which 98 Indonesians were fined because of quarantine violations. But still, in America, we see that people choose religiosity and trusting in God over rationality and taking vaccines. So what is the reason for it? The reason, I would say, is multidimensional, but one of the main reasons that leads to this situation is the barrage of misleading infodemic, as it has been called. There is a barrage of messages we keep receiving on WhatsApp and Facebook which send conflicting messages. Often these promote unscientific remedies, thereby misleading the people to adopt risky behavior, which escalates the spread of contagions, infections, and deaths in society. Now, these are some examples of these sort of messages that we received. I'm sure all of us who have WhatsApp or Facebook, we all must have received it. Even by April this year, there were already 50 fake, frequently forwarded COVID-19 WhatsApp messages, which were totally fake. Messages like, saying that eating garlic or using garlic can prevent COVID-19. Even if it is completely disproved by science, it has been forwarded. And this last message that I have is actually a screenshot which I received from a PhD scholar from my university, which gives a totally misleading information that you should eat food with high pH level and gives a totally unscientific idea that water cess has 22.7 pH, which is a physical and chemical impossibility. So people have been sort of promoting their own dietary agenda, their own agendas through WhatsApp messages, leading to a lot of fake messages on social media. Now, these are some other examples that using steam, Chinese are not using any medicine or vaccine for coronavirus. This is absolutely misleading. We saw the number of deaths that happened in China. These sort of misleading statements that inhaling steam can cure the coronavirus, when taken seriously by people, can lead to deaths. And we are playing with human lives here. So this sort of misleading infodemic that has been engendered through access through social media is actually a problem today. So what the result has been of this is that there is an escalation of mistrust of the government among the general population across the world, be it America, be it in developing countries like India and Indonesia. People do not trust the government guidelines given by the government. And there is also another aspect that the government has been, the different governments have been trying to use hard-arm tactics to force people to comply with the health regulations. There are some harsh legal measures which have been taken. There is a social criminalization of COVID-19. So people who are getting infected, anyone can get infected. But if people are getting infected, they are being thrown out of their houses by their landlords. They are being ostracized by society. No person is ready to take them to the hospital. These sort of problems are also emerging. These sort of social problems are also emerging. So what we see is that due to the state coercion and economic loss of livelihood, there is also increase in social conflict. There is preventable loss of life and property, which is resulting from this misinformation that is being spread on social media. Now, these are just two examples, extreme examples on either side of the spectrum. On one hand, we have the case of Serbia, where anti-lockdown protesters, they planned to storm the Serbian parliament. So they were the people who don't want to wear masks, who want to totally reject, and they are in favor of opening up the economy. They wanted to storm the Serbian parliament without any consideration that they may be getting infected or spreading infection. And on the other hand, we have the case of Philippines, where President Duterte, he actually said that anyone who violates COVID-19 lockdown will be shot at sight. So we have these two extremes of people's reactions to COVID-19. So the question naturally arises, what am I, a lawyer with hardly any knowledge of psychology, doing here? How is law related to the psychology of COVID-19? Well, law and psychology do intersect. Firstly, we must understand the state, the concept of state, our country, be it India, be it Indonesia, be it America, is based on socio-political consensus. Now, nation, the idea that we belong to a particular country, is based on psychological affiliation. We do not have physical features dividing one political country from the other. Every country does not have a China wall delineating it from another country. But what we do have is an idea, is a psychological realization that we belong to a place. Similarly, norms, which are the socio-psychological perceptions of good and bad, are prevalent in all societies based on their social and economic and historical background. However, law is the state-enforced coercive norm through the legislative process, of course, which gives legality or terms as illegal these social norms. So social norms do not have the binding coercive nature that law has. But however, law itself is a psychological concept. Law is ever changing. Slavery, for example, was legal 200 years ago. Today it is illegal. So in some countries, the concept of polygamy is legal, and in other countries it is illegal. So law is itself a psychological concept that varies over time and space. With changes in society, law also changes. And these changes are possible only because law is a psychological concept. Law is something which is in the mind of the people. So law and psychology are also mutually interdependent, because law helps to guide how people will think about a particular subject, like environment. So environmental law is making people more aware to care for the environment. And at the same time, psychology also affects law, because now we are aware of how people who may be mentally disabled, how they cannot be held responsible for certain crimes and how to deal with people who have psychological disorders. So law and psychology are mutually interdependent and intersect with each other. So one of the primary concerns of law has been how to ensure or why do people obey law. So obedience and compliance to law is one of the primary concerns of legal philosophy. And there have been many theories, but I will just focus on 4 of these, not much on other 3, but more on the last one. First is the instrumentalist theory, which is mostly Marxist in its orientation, which says that law is nothing but a tool of class domination and exploitation of the proletarian by the bourgeois. I will not comment much on that, but there are people who believe in that form of legal interpretation of law. There is the most prevalent politically correct philosophy that our countries follow is the positivist interpretation of law, which says that law is the command of the sovereign. So every country is sovereign and the parliament makes the law, and everyone is bound to obey the law because it is made by consensus through the legislative process. And if you disobey the law, there is coercion and punishment for it. Then there is the constructivist interpretation of law, which says that law is actually a means for socialization, for people who are living in society to get together and for social cooperation without hurting each other, so that we do not step on each other's toes. So that is another conception of law. But here I will focus on the functionalist interpretation of law, which says that people obey laws because they realize through their individual psychological process and through their rational thinking that obeying the law is actually beneficial for them and society at large. So it presumes, functionalist interpretation of law presumes that people are rational, and rationality dictates obedience to law or compliance with law. However, it does not take into account emotions. Emotions are disregarded in the functionalist approach. And we know that emotions play a very important role. People are not always rational. So we cannot also discount that there is rationality, but we must also consider that there are emotions. And because of that, we must consider that obedience to law, even in the functionalist perspective, could be because of a combination of factors, rationalism as well as emotions. So coming on to this psychological reasons for non-compliance with legal orders, I think that there are 2 main aspects to it. Firstly, that there is a lot of mental stress which is prevalent in society because of COVID-19 lockdowns and other restrictions on movement and other things. So what are those reasons? Firstly, there is something called compliance fatigue. So people are tired of obeying things. Initially, when we noticed that initially when lockdown was announced, people, they actually complied with it. They actually wore masks, they actually stayed in their homes. But later, this trend changed. People started denying that there was a problem. New conspiracy theories came up that there is no coronavirus. This is all, something else and things like that. And why that happens, why this change from compliance with law to total disregard of the regulations, taking risk of life, is because there is an inherent desire in all of us for a sense of control, which has been pointed out by Dr. Salis in the previous session. So this sort of defiance for a self-control is not based on rationality, but is based on emotions. So we also know that there is an inverse relation between mental stress and rationality. So quarantine, isolation, and mental health are correlated. And we know that when people are placed in isolation, it affects their mental health and their capacity to reason and take rational decisions. There is literature on it, which I have cited. Then there is also another factor which is affecting people's choices in this regard, is a feeling of discrimination. The people who are better economically endowed are able to circumvent the regulations, whereas those who are at the economically lower strata of society are more adversely affected. So there is an inherent social discrimination which creates anxiety, fear, sense of powerlessness and exacerbates the mental, mental cognitive dissonance that people feel with regard to this. So people feel that it is more important to earn their living than just to obey the laws that have been made. And then, so what we come to the other factor is that there is a difference between compliance when compliance is voluntary, and there is a difference when compliance is forced. If compliance is voluntary, when people follow the law willingly, when they choose to follow the government health regulations voluntarily, there is higher compliance. But when it is forced, when people do not want to do it, but it is being forced, people will not follow it. They will find ways to, escape from these regulations. And then there is also the question of stigmatization of COVID-19 patients. Like I mentioned, people being thrown out of their houses, rented houses by landlords if they have been infected, or being denied access to their family members, or things like that, which is leading to a factor of hiding infections. Also, some governments are hiding the extent of the COVID-19 pandemic, which for whatever reasons, and this is also a very important factor. So coming on to at the individual psychological level, insecurity for economic reasons, for social reasons, insecurity is rife, being caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then the prioritization of self-interest. People are becoming more selfish. The sense of society is crumbling down. And anger at retribution by state. So if you're going out on the streets and the policeman catches you and maybe assaults you physically, there is an anger that you feel at the state for being harsh with you. And this causes a sense of disaffection. So all these factors, they are related to why people are not obeying the law. Then we come on to the next question as to whether obeying the law is a rational choice, or even in the presence of evidence, hard evidence that thousands of people are dying because of COVID-19, people are still choosing to partake in risky behavior due to cognitive dissonance. Well, there are a number of factors because of this. There are socio-economic compulsions. People will have to work in order to earn their bread. The choice is between dying of hunger, of starvation, or of COVID-19. For many people, it is the reality. Then there is a dilution of social restraint. The isolation has caused people, the locked in the house, that these social structures which restrain people from undertaking risky behaviors have become diluted. Then there is the role of emotions and misplaced faith, and role of authority figures. There have been some, religious leaders, especially in America, who have said that God will protect you, come out of your houses, and this sort of, misplaced emotional faith has led to a range of high risk behavior causing death of several people in America that we have seen. Then there is another very important aspect, that scientific knowledge has become extremely complex and is not comprehended by people who have not undergone specialized scientific training. So when we talk about viruses, people mistake it to be bacteria. Now, there is a difference between virus and bacteria. Bacteria can be killed maybe by steaming, but viruses, they cannot be killed by steaming. And these complexities are not understood by common people. So the complexity of scientific knowledge makes it completely inaccessible to a lot of people. And then there is an antipathy or anti-intellectualism towards experts. The experts come up with so many guidelines, so many conflicting, scientific results which are coming out, that people actually start getting a sense of losing faith on expertise. And on top of that, we have misinformation, conflicting information, a lack of critical thought. People are not thinking critically. And then we have the cognitive biases, which lead to risky behavior. So coming on to the final part, what can be the solutions to deal with these issues? Firstly, I would say that proper information, education, and simplified communication is crucial. The government must ensure that people are able to comprehend what is being conveyed through the government information campaigns about COVID-19 prevention. So for that, peer support is very important. Peer support in the form of teachers and educated people playing a role, or parents educating the children or children educating their elderly parents is very important. In addition to that, to combat the mental, psychological problems that arise from isolation, we must ensure that we keep busy. There must be information and feedback regarding these COVID-19 issues that are happening. And we must ensure that we maintain connection. Nowadays, we have all got access to internet. So we must ensure that we have got connection even during isolation. One of the important factors that I think is important is empowering the community. Small communities, the kampungs, the village level communities are very important in ensuring that the build-up against COVID-19 comes from below rather than a top-down government enforced approach. It is actually people who are taking a role and building up from below. So fighting xenophobia and hatred, you know, there have been cases of violence against Chinese people, even when they have not been, you know, infected with COVID-19. We must try and stop these things. In addition to that, we must ensure that we include and integrate the traditional authority figures like ustads, imams, village heads in fighting COVID-19. A information given by an imam to wear a mask carries a lot of weight than a government declaration on the radio, a government information on the radio. Secondly, we must ensure that we support the social structures and norms. The behavior of the police and the government authorities must be sensitive to people. People are just struggling during this phase. We cannot be violent with them. One of the important aspects would be to empower local communities, ensure that there is access to medicine. We must preserve the sense of community that is prevalent in society. In addition to that, we can also use the present, you know, infotech media that we have, the internet connectivity that we have to provide psychological counseling and support. The government must ensure that there is economic and social assistance to people. At the same time, we must see to it that the government communiques, they are legitimate, they are understood by the people. There is no politicization of the issue of COVID-19. We must overcome political, ideological differences to fight COVID-19 together. The government must take legal regulatory mechanisms to reduce the prices of essential items like you know, foods, medicines, masks, hand sanitizers, prevent their stockpiling for profiteering by businessmen. So these should be done to ensure that people have access to the means to prevent COVID-19 infections. And at last, I would say that law is a friend of all, not an enemy of any individual, and curbing individual rights is for protecting society as a whole. I hope I have made some sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for David Pradhan. Okay, so the abundance of health regulations will certainly overwhelming the society and leads to mental illness. However, preventing the virus should be executed as well. This is such a dilemma for the government to whether preventing the spread of the virus or preventing people from suffering mental illness. So David, in this uncertain situation, which is more crucial between mental health or virus prevention? Okay.
Yeah, so I would say that they are both complementary. You know, you cannot choose one among the other. Both are actually related with each other, because until you have got mental health, you cannot take rational decisions for COVID-19 prevention. So they build on each other. And unless you are healthy, you cannot be expected to take rational decisions. So I don't think there is a dichotomy or there is a choice between both of them, but both of them go together and they're complementary to each other.
Okay, so they can go along at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. The psychological health in every person derives from our mindset in confronting the situation outside. Basically, we could think of doing a voluntary compliance for our own health and community's health instead of a coercion from the government. Thank you, David.
Thank you.
In addition to the health regulations compliance, Apparently, this pandemic has altered the global perspective regarding cultural racism. The prejudice amongst Asian countries due to stigma from the global media has exacerbated the condition of mental health in certain cultures. So which actually should we fight, the people or the virus? Here we will welcome our next speaker, Ilona Pasturk, to talk about how the virus shifts cultural and societal human experiences. The time is yours. Waalaikumsalam.
I will repeat again. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Selamat pagi. My presentation is about COVID-19, how the virus shifts cultural and societal human experiences. Currently, we have not just a coronavirus pandemic, which the international organization WHO said it's not just endemic, it's also pandemic. It was on March 11, but we can also say that it's not just pandemic, it's also endemic of hate. There are many naming of coronavirus disease. For example, President Trump calls it China virus. He also names it as Kung Flu, which we can connect with the martial art of Chinese nationality. And from one point, yes, it can be funny. Next slide, please. From another point, we can see a lot of language of hate. On the first picture, we can also see a meme where somebody called the coronavirus as boomer remover. From one point, we can say, yeah, it's also funny because older generation doesn't using technology that well as young generation, and they may be not very proficient with that. So for young generation, when older generation need to use Zoom or other applications, they don't find it comfortable. And for somebody, it can be funny. But from another side, we can also see discrimination and not politeness from young generation. It's all about internet culture. And example of language of hate is that one Generation Z representative posted in her social media that the world would be better place without old and poor people. So currently we can see the shift from the respect of older generation to hate of older generation. Because in the past we could say that we should respect older people because we can take their knowledge, their experience. However, now we can see that with changing technology, that technologies become more efficient and more important thing in our life, and older generation cannot cope with it. We can say that older generation is not very useful for us anymore because we follow new trend technologies. However, it's still not really true, but another example is that young generation is also getting stigmatized. For example, a lot of Chinese exchange students are getting some problems in the school, at universities. Next slide, please. And as I said, in United States, anti-Asian language of hate is spread by their president. So it's also on the national state level. He's using Chinese virus or China virus, and also he says Kung Flu. Despite the international organization, WHO said that it's better to use COVID-19 as official naming of coronavirus, President Trump still continues to use such words. He says that it's not, he doesn't have any racist meaning in his speech. But for example, he posted in his Twitter, it's not racist at all. No, it's not at all. It's from China. That's why it comes from China. I want to be accurate. Because it was in March 18. And later on March 24, he posted, it's very important that we totally protect our Asian American community in the United States and all around the world. They are amazing people and the spreading of the virus. So from one point, he is saying he is not racist. From another tweet, he says something completely different. And we can say that political issues are connected with also how how citizens accept that. And as the head of the state saying such information like this, and citizens of United States follow his ideas because he is their leader. And after that, we can see the spread of hate around Americans against Asian Americans and also people from different islands who doesn't look the same as white people. Also, COVID-19 has influenced the level, has influences on the educational level. A lot of Chinese students who are making the economy of universities in the UK said that they will not come to study in the UK this year because one of the reasons is that they don't feel themselves comfortable and they're afraid of their personal safety. So the language of hate also made people, Chinese generation having mental health problems and feeling themselves not comfortable outside. But it doesn't relate only to them. During COVID-19 time, a lot of foreigners who study in other countries, they also face the language of hate and a lot of other issues related with uncertainty. For example, from my own example, currently, I don't know what can I expect in the future. Will the situation with COVID-19 will improve or it will be worse, and will I manage to come back to my country or not? And the same situation has a lot of young generation students around the world. Also, one funny example about being foreigner. In the past, people were calling in Indonesia as bule, but currently you can hear that somebody can call you corona and be afraid of you. So we can see the change of behavior of people. Before in Indonesia, people liked foreigner, but currently they may not like and even hate it or be afraid of foreigner. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Another example of how people behave with each other and how they started to hate each other much more. It's example how people behave in the supermarket. We have we saw a lot of pictures from Europe when people are fighting for toilet paper, for example. But also there is example from Indonesia and other countries when people during the Ramadan time went to make shopping, to buy new clothes. And a lot of people are saying it's not good because it's better to stay at home, but other people still wanted to do what they wanted. Another example about how people don't accept other people is example which happened in Ukraine. There was a plane evacuated, there was a plane with people evacuated from Wuhan, China. And on the board, there were not just Chinese people, but there were also Ukrainians. But people in Ukraine, in the city where the plane should be landed, they were afraid that somebody can carry coronavirus on that plane. So they decided not to allow to that plane to come back to Ukraine. And there was a big drama, fight, and a lot of problems on the political level, and human rights issues, and many other things. And from this, we can see that even Ukrainians hate Ukrainians who possibly can have coronavirus. And we can see how people become more protective against other people. Next slide. We can see that all memes which we can see in the internet, or jokes which we can tell about coronavirus, Chinese virus, Kung flu, it can be naive, but from other side, it can also lead to racism. And a lot of organizations already called to stop it, and that we need to fight virus, not the people. Because all that hate speech leads to distress, depression, and it can also lead to the risk for mood and substance use disorders, anxiety, and even suicide risk. We call it as microaggression and racism on a small level, but still. Also, we can say that Chinese community, it's already they behave as, they are not very communicative with other people. They always stay together and communicate just Chinese with Chinese. But right now we can see that the situation will become even more worse. People will become even more closer, and Chinese people will don't have that much of contacts with other people from other nations, and which can also lead to the kind of racism from Chinese side, because if people hate us, what we will do, we'll do the same. Next slide, please. About mental health response to COVID-19 pandemic in China. We can say that mental health burden of Chinese people is like the strongest one, but still other people also face that. For example, Indonesian who, for European people, he can look like also people from China or Asia. People in Europe cannot really recognize from which country the person came from. And he also got some problems because some people thought that he's from China, but actually he's from Indonesia. So we can see how people start to generalize everyone. And also there is the term of othering. It means that we make a difference between others and ourselves, and we protect us, and we behave not nicely to others. So coming back to the COVID-19 pandemic and mental health. According to the studies, a lot of people faced issues with lack of sleep and also anxiety disorders. And the most issues faced people who are working in the hospitals, medical workers, and also young generation. About young generation, we can say it's due to that they use a lot of social media, and they cannot protect themselves against that information which is coming, and they can become more afraid of what's going on. Next slide, please. Also, social distancing impact our mental health. We can say that we were not ready for social distancing, but for example, there is one movie which showed how people lived together, and they need to practice social distancing, but they still wanted to communicate more closer, and how problematic it was. Next slide. So there are different levels of social distance in our life, which we keep with others. There is personal level, and also the level which we keep with far away people, with strangers. So there are, according to studies, we can say that there are contact nations and non-contact nations. every country has their different standards, how people communicate with each other. For example, Nordic countries or countries which are more cold, people in such countries, they keep much bigger distance with each other. But people in warmer countries, they usually stay very close to each other, and for them it's comfortable. Why it's like that? We can say that in colder countries, it's more important to stay closer with each other because it can warm you up. So in Nordic countries, people keep distance with strangers, but they are closer with their close one people. In warmer countries, people are close with strangers, but they still not so close with their close one people. Because in my opinion, I think in Nordic countries, if you will touch somebody with your cold hands, it will be not very comfortable. But it can help you to keep closer contact with your family members. So currently we can see that social distancing make all of us equal. According to studies, women also prefer more far distance with other people. But right now we need to keep 1 meter from everyone. And we can say that women will behave the same as men behave. They will stay on the same distance as a man. And also the same with people from Nordic countries. For them, next slide, please. For them, nothing will change during the coronavirus. They will still behave in the same way. But people from more warmer countries, they will feel more stressed about this situation because they cannot keep the comfort zone which they had before. And following this, we can say that lifestyle and behavior of people also may change. That people from warmer countries, their mindset may become more the same as the mindset of people from Nordic countries. And also we can say that in cold countries, Europe, Northern Europe, we can see more individualism kind of behavior. While in warm countries like Indonesia, we can say that people prefer more collectivism. So coronavirus may also influence the level of how people will behave more in individualistic way or as collectivist. Another thing is about touch. It's also about social distancing, but from psychology level. Touch is very important for human, and even a little baby, the first time it meets her mother, there is a skin-to-skin contact. So the baby can feel comfort and also to feel to be safe, to feel safe. And the same with older people. There are studies that if people have more touching contacts with other people, they feel themselves more secure, and there is a trust between each other. But coronavirus changed all of that, and now we do not practice handshake anymore. In European Union, people do handshake by using elbows. So it's not the same, because when we do handshake, we can feel the kind of personality, what kind of personality is shaking your hand. You can feel is that person is strong or it's weak, comfort one, or you feel something not nice from that person. But with coronavirus changed all of that, and we are losing one of our kind of communication touch. Now we just keep eye contact, and even our face will be half closed, so it also will change the level of interaction with others. Next slide. Next slide, yeah. Can we go back? There is also one meme about introverts and extroverts, because some people say that for extroverts and perfectionists, it will be very hard to stay at home during the COVID-19. But according to studies, it's really not really true, because extroverts, they can still participate, they can still get the energy for communicating with others by using social media. But for introverts, the situation will become even more worse. Even if they can stay in their comfort zone, but they will feel more depressed because they don't have that level of barrier which extroverts have. So we can say that extroverts, they feel themselves more positive about the situation and that they can overcome what is going on. But introverts, they are getting more depressed. Next slide. Another thing is about religion, and some people could find in religion a kind of help. They could calm themselves down if they feel some stress in their life. But now COVID-19 also take away this kind of thing from our life, because we cannot go to the church or mosque or any other place like we did before. And during the Easter in Europe, it was also not allowed to visit the church, and some priests are practiced as kind of virtual mass to keep people still feeling a connection with each other. Next slide. And we can see a lot of negative sides from COVID-19, but still there are some positive things. COVID-19 helped us to unite with each other, and in Indonesia, there is such thing as Gotong Royong. It's a mutual cooperation. We can say that we became more far away from people, from other people, from people with whom we are working together, but we became more closer with people with whom we live, with our families and also with our neighbors. And also we can see that that helped kind of to fight COVID-19 when people started to organize and build disinfectors or things like that. So, and also it helped us to connect with our family members, not just by staying close with them, but also by using new technologies, Zoom, for example, to cook together or to do sport exercise. So to sum up, COVID-19 put a lot of challenges for our society, but it's still, society can use this as also as opportunity to learn about us more and to improve the general situation about all of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ilana. All right, what happens after physical distancing measures are lifted, or in other words, what comes after the pandemic is over and people are able to get back to whatever their normal life, maybe?
I think a lot of people will like that kind of, and they will respect more what they have in their own life, because they will understand the value of being together with friends, not using technologies, but having human contact, having be able to shake hands to each other. So I think it will help the people to feel more happier.
All right. Okay, maybe this could be so many life changes occurred after the pandemic, right? And there's going to be like residual stress, depression, maybe financial pressure, and learning how to re-engage with the world in this new way is going to be difficult for some people, right? Yep. And the support from society will lessen the risk that lead to the increasing rates of depression. So just like Puan Maharani said about the cooperation of society to prevent the spread of the novel coronavirus in Indonesia, which is called Gotong Royong or mutual assistance, I think people worldwide could also team up to prevent the spread of the virus. Okay. Besides social impacts, this pandemic has made a considerable incline in the number of people accessing the internet. How would technology impact people's mental health? what is the pros and cons of the use of technology in human beings, and how is our attitude towards technological development. For answering these questions, please give a warm welcome to Matthew Kant.
Okay, thank you. Selamat pagi. Pagi. So today I'm going to be talking about the relationship between technology and mental health. Unfortunately, we can't hold this conference in person today, but I think the fact that we can still hold this conference shows how indispensable technology has become to us. Technology has also been crucial to fields like clinical psychiatry, clinical psychology, and mental health services, because it allows us to provide consultation, education, and treatment when face-to-face contact is no longer available. And for these reasons, and amongst many others, I've seen many articles in many different countries which have been calling for a push towards digitalization of many more of our health services, the way we conduct businesses, and the way we communicate. So what I wanted to do for this lecture is to split it into two parts. So I want to give a breakdown of the impact of technology on mental health before COVID-19 and some of the potential mechanisms for more detrimental use of technology. And then in the second half, speculate on how this might change because of COVID-19, and also what we can do to protect ourselves from some of the more negative impacts of technology. Okay, so to give you an idea of how rapidly our technology use is changing, in 1995, 14% of US adults had access to the internet. By 2015, this has increased in the US to 97%. And in countries across the world, this is most people are getting more and more access to the internet and technology like smartphones. In 2020, 2.65 billion people use social media worldwide. And to show you how rapidly our technology use is accelerating, over 90% of the world's data has been produced in the past 2 years alone. And this brings up an important issue because because technology is being developed and adopted at a far faster rate than we can calibrate the consequences it has for mental health. So because it's going to play such a large role in our lives, we need to understand what the neurological, the psychological, and the behavioral impacts of this will be. For example, one review that came out this year showed that our brains are actually changing in function and structure to adopt or adapt to the interface with technology. And we don't yet know how deep this actually runs. Okay, so now I want to talk about some of the impacts that technology can have, both good and bad. So one of the positive impacts of technology is it seems to increase creativity in many different age groups. So for example, all of the messages which we're exposed to on a daily basis can help with divergent thinking, and this can happen in children, adolescents, adults, and the elderly. However, a bit more worrying is the fact that excessive or prolonged technology use, especially things like social media and games and shows, can actually predict later mental health issues in children. And one study found that 18 months after an initial measurement, that children who used more technology actually had higher attentional problems and deficits. And this is interesting because in adolescence, ADHD rates are on the increase. And a reason why this might be is not because the neurological disorder of ADHD that people are born with is on the increase, but it actually reflects that technology is disrupting our attentional systems. And the rise in ADHD has actually been linked to technology use in a number of studies. The research on adolescence is actually a good example of the dichotomy between the positive and negative effects of technology use. So for example, technology use in adolescence, especially social media, has been linked with increased self-esteem, increase identity development, lower rates of depression, anxiety. But in many other studies, and it tends to be more in this direction, that technology use is actually linked to increased rates of depression, anxiety, stress, and also more exposure to the harmful elements of technology like cyberbullying. What's also associated with technology use in adolescence is reduced capacities and attention, as I mentioned, but also reduced working memory capacity. So that's the ability to hold information in short-term memory and manipulate it for problem solving. And if any of you have used technology a lot on a day, I'm sure that you've had that experience of finding it difficult to concentrate or remember things that you need to. The story is similar in adults, but it doesn't seem to be as pronounced in adults. And I think one of the reasons why may be because adults developed coping strategies before technology became such an important aspect of our lives. So it'll be interesting to see when the younger generations get older, how growing up with technology from children will actually affect their mental health in the future. Technology can also actually provide a really positive benefit for the elderly. So the use of technology can be used to ward off cognitive aging, so slow down that process, and maintain cognitive functions like executive function, which is like the ability to regulate one's own psychological processes, improvements in attention and memory. So I think there's two reasons why the literature is contradictory and sometimes mixed. So firstly, I think that there are many different forms of technology use. So different technologies are going to have different impacts. So it depends on which technologies we use and how we use them. And secondly, I think it depends on our own brains and their own vulnerabilities of our brains, which I'll talk about in the next slide, our individual psychological makeup, and the relationships we build with technology. So I think there is a massive amount of individual variation in how we relate to our technology. I don't think technology is actually good or bad in itself, but I think it's the way we relate to technology that is usually the problem. Okay, so now I want to talk about two mechanisms which can give an example of a pathway that leads to more negative mental health. So for example, our attention is the ability to observe both external information and internal states. And we only have a limited capacity of resources for attention each day, and that will change with how much we sleep, how much we eat, and things like that. So the more things we have to pay attention to, the more things we have to disengage our attention to and switch our attention between is going to deplete those psychological resources quicker. And this means that it's going to be harder to sustain regulation over our attention. So we're bombarded with novel information throughout our day from our smartphones, social media sites, platforms like Netflix. And our brains are actually natural information seekers. So the same parts of the grey matter in our brain, which controls hunger and thirst, also controls our seeking for novel information. So that shows how deep in us this need is built. So what the design of many of our technologies is to keep presenting us with novel and unpredictable information to hold our attention. So if you imagine a clear lake as attention, as an analogy, if a couple of raindrops hit the surface, it only makes a small ripple, but the water still stays clear. However, if there's a heavy rainfall, the water becomes so distorted that we struggle to see clearly. And that's a sort of example of how our attention can be influenced by all the distractions we have every day from our technology. And this is important because attention is crucial for cognitive, emotional, and behavioral regulation. And if attention is disrupted, then it can lead to problems in those areas. For example, in anxiety, if I can't pay attention to my irrational thoughts and my negative emotions and experiences which contradict those, then I likely won't have the awareness to provide better ways of thinking or more rational thoughts. And in clinical psychology, that's known as cognitive restructuring. Okay, so another mechanism is dopamine. So attention and cognition is powerfully regulated by dopamine. Dopamine is a neurotransmitter in our brain, which controls the incentive, salience, reward. So this determines how much we want something and not how much we like something. So when we get a message on social media, or we get a piece of novel information, we get a trigger of dopamine in our brains, and this motivates us to engage in that behavior further. So this is actually a way that technology companies have learned to exploit a vulnerability in our own brains. So for example, you can think of our smartphones as a slot machine. So we're always getting presented novel and unpredictable information, and those two characteristics actually create higher dopamine responses in our brains. And with these two concepts, the thing to recognize is that not everyone will be affected the same. So for example, in adolescence, they've shown that pre-existing mental health conditions or certain psychological, cognitive, emotional traits can actually predict more negative use of technology. So it's about understanding how our own brains function, understanding our relationship with technology, and how we may be predisposed to more negative impacts of technology than, say, other people might be. Okay, so now I want to talk about the influence that COVID-19 may have on the relationship between technology and mental health. So I've split it up into two sections, so you can consider this influence with the general perspective, which is how our daily lives are going to change as a consequence of COVID-19 and our technology use, and the clinical perspective. So how is the atmosphere of COVID-19 going to change our infrastructure around providing education and treatment? Okay. So from a general perspective, there are both pros and cons. So for pros, when the internet was developed, over the past 2 decades, this has massively increased the visibility of mental health issues. And a lot of the progress which has been made with mental health issues and reducing stigma around mental health can be attributed to the widespread accessibility of things like the internet. So during COVID-19, there's been many online services, education platforms and infrastructures which have been developed in different countries for providing treatment to the general public of different countries. And one positive is that this infrastructure is likely to stay and be adapted to different needs. So this will provide a really strong foundation for moving forward for future daily life, as well as future disasters, because there may be some more in the future. It's also the improvement and refinement of technology and communication during this period is likely to improve our ability to connect with others in the future. Some of the cons about how COVID-19 may influence our technology use is that it may increase our overall reliance on technology in all aspects of our lives. So as I mentioned, businesses may become more online platform-based, the way our healthcare infrastructures work, and things like that. So one of the problems of this is, as I mentioned before, it may change our social and behavioral norms. So we may favor living in a virtual reality, especially if we grow up with that as children, as opposed to a more active and productive lifestyle. And we've already seen in different generations that often it's hard for people to put down their phones, even when they're in the presence of others. And if we become more isolated, this may not be a negative thing for everyone that much, but there will be people out there for who this will predispose them to more dysfunctional patterns of thought, emotions, and behavior. And that is one of the problems. So this also has relevance for a clinical perspective. So similar to the general perspective, there's been a massive increase in infrastructure which has been built for the treatment and education of mental health when face-to-face contact was no longer available. For example, in Bandung, there's been a team of psychiatrists which have developed online and telepsychiatry consultation and treatment methods, which is trying to help to meet the demands of the mental health issues caused by COVID-19. So what this might happen is that much of our infrastructure in clinical treatment may move to online platforms because those platforms are already being built now. And this also carries an implication with it. So research has shown that online and tele-CBT can actually be as effective as face-to-face CBT. And that's going to be a positive for a lot of people who can access treatment from their homes. However, when I was working in a mental health center, many of our clients wanted face-to-face treatment and often came back from online treatment and wanted face-to-face treatment, especially if they had social problems, because it gave them a controlled social environment to resolve their issues. And one concern is that if we do move to online platforms being the norm for treatment, will this reduce the opportunities for face-to-face, which some people may benefit more from? Some of the benefits of this period is that we've had developments of screens for mental health. For example, Google now is implementing a search engine system where people who Google things about depression, anxiety, or suicide will be presented with clinicians' questions, which will encourage them to seek help. So we can screen better using technology for mental health issues. However, also again, similar to the general perspective, the changing social and behavioral norms it may be a problem for people who already struggle to get out of the house. So habits will develop over a certain period and they will be hard to get out after that period. So when COVID-19 has been here and we all had to stay in our homes and stop the activities we used to do, there may be a wide amount of people who struggle to get back out of that routine after this period's over. And for them, it may present more risk for mental disorders and illnesses. Yeah, and so many people may benefit more from face-to-face and those opportunities may not be there. And there may be a decreased opportunity for face-to-face contact when going through the process of getting mental health help. Okay. So what can we do about this to protect ourselves from some of the more negative aspects of mental health use? So I've split, I think there are three main considerations. So number one is understand about how our own brains, our own psychology, and our own weaknesses relate to technology and different forms of technology. Number two is try to develop healthy habits for our technology use. So this may scheduling time away from technology. This may mean using certain apps to block websites for a certain period of time. For example, there's an app called Freedom. So with social media, there's research that becoming an active user instead of a passive user can protect you from some of the more negative effects of social media. So this means that not using social media as a distraction to distressing thoughts or emotions, actually going on with a name or a time limit. So this means going on to message a friend or look at certain pages. We can turn off notifications so we don't get that constant reminder to check our phones. So we reduce distractions and having scheduled times for social media. We can also find tasks which we do digitally and actually do them offline instead. So for example, having paper journals and diaries instead of digital ones, and completing some work on paper before transferring it to digital formats. And this will help to get a little bit more of a balance in our lives. So finally, I wanted to talk about mindfulness meditation. So mindfulness meditation is one way of reclaiming some of the autonomy over our attentions. And that's just being aware of our present experience, both internally and externally. So meditation has been linked to improved regulation of attention, working memory capacity, and executive function, which is the ability to control our own psychological and emotional processes. It's linked with a reduction in anxiety, depression, fatigue, and stress. And it also improves our emotional regulation, which is the willingness to experience negative emotions, reduce reactivity to emotional stimuli, and increased emotional stability. So one thing that's important for our technology use is learning coping strategies psychologically, cognitively, emotionally, and behaviorally outside of technology, so we don't become more susceptible to the addictive and dependent aspects of technology like social media. And mindfulness and muscular relaxation techniques have been linked to a reduction in anxiety and depression in compulsive internet use. So that's it for my talk. So to summarize, so technology can have both a negative and positive impact on our mental health. COVID-19 is likely to reorganize some of the infrastructure of our societies, businesses, and healthcare systems. And this may increase our reliance on technology, and it may possibly predispose us to some of the more positive and negative impacts of its use. So, and one of the important takeaways is that our relationship with technology going forward depends on the relationships we personally build with that technology. So that's it for my talk, and thank you.
Thank you very much for Matthew. So the very nature of all technological systems has altered human behaviors and interactions in some negative ways, but has also created unprecedented opportunities for modifying human behaviors in positive ways. So how do you think, Matthew, do the advantages of the use of technology outweigh the disadvantages, especially in this pandemic situation?
Well, I think this is the thing about technology use, is it's very nuanced. So in certain situations, technology has massive amount of benefits and very few drawbacks. In other situations, technology may have very big drawbacks, but very few benefits. So I think it really depends on the relationship we build with that technology. So I think having a bottom-up approach to technology, rather than allowing technology and technological companies to dictate how we create our relationships with that technology. So I think it's about having a costs and benefits analysis of technology in different aspects of our lives, and sort of making those decisions ourselves about how we relate personally to different aspects of technology and when technology is harmful to us.
Okay, I think that's clear enough. So I heard your presentation before, like the number of internet users have increased to more than 3/4 during this pandemic. But do you think people will change their attitudes and behavior towards technology post-pandemic or after pandemic?
Mm-hmm. So before this pandemic, there was already quite a rapid acceleration towards technology in our everyday lives. So for example, I remember being in Britain and I would be at a dinner with people and people would keep checking their phones, especially younger people. So my worry about COVID-19 is that because we've become used to looking at the world in a more virtual world at home, that some of these patterns are going to stick after COVID-19. And I think technology use, as I said, isn't bad in itself in that way, but because of the social isolation and the dependence on technology which we've had, hopefully we can become more active in our lifestyles again after this pandemic has ended.
Okay, all right. Okay, we live alongside with technology and internet. Whether or not people continue using the cutting edge technology in the future, Social connections are still demanded as it is crucial to overall health, including psychological health. Okay, please give a round of applause to our speakers today. Okay, so we will move to the question and answer session. Okay, we only have one section because we are running out of time. So there is a question for David from Gita Farabi. What should people do if they are affected by economic crisis?
Like I said before, economic crisis is a problem that developing countries are facing a lot. And firstly, there are several models to deal with it, which legally speaking are quite possible. And one of those models which has been quite successful in some countries has been, depending on the economic level of the people affected, those who are below poverty line, those who find difficult to survive are being provided food, grains and rations by the government through the government mechanism. That can be done through the governance mechanism. And as far as economics is concerned, I think there is this is a problem that that requires multidimensional engagement with. And how do we improve economics is government involvement, maybe involvement of the the religious and the charitable sections of society, and through subsidization of food products. I think that would be the first step to it. The second step as to how people can work, how to penetrate with technology, whether we can work from home, especially for the white collar sector of our society. This is something that requires to be thought about and will require massive infrastructural investments. So I think it's a multidimensional problem that we need to engage with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for David. I hope that will answer everything right. Okay, so a question for Matthew from Dr. Diah Karmiati. What are the impact of pandemic on elderly, especially on their mental health and social relations?
Yeah, so I think the pandemic has been especially difficult for elderly people. So before COVID-19, I think there was quite a problem with mental health issues in the elderly in different countries because they already found it difficult to become more socially active. And I think with the pandemic, because the virus has been quite dangerous to elderly people, it's just sort of compounded these problems. So, for example, relatives may have to speak to elderly from a distance and not be able to become close. Some elderly may not have internet or may be proficient with technology use in their homes, so they'd be confined to their homes. So I think it's been quite a big problem for the elderly. Hopefully going forward, there can be technology platforms which can be made more accessible to elderly people, which will give them more of a chance to keep in touch and keep in contact with more relatives.
Yeah, I really agree with your idea. I think we should have more maybe technology for that can be used for the elderly nowadays. Right? Yeah. Okay, so for Ilona, what can Indonesian government do to prevent social unrest due to the pandemic?
In my opinion, Indonesian government already did a lot to prevent the pandemic. But also, as David mentioned in his speech, the government can focus more on giving more information and education to Kepala Dasam, the head of the village, and also to keep traditional values like Gotong Royong to promote it to fight COVID-19.
Okay, thank you. Very great answer. Okay, so I think it's the end of the question and answer session because we are running out of time. So I will, maybe the last for me. Although this pandemic has altered human behavior, culture, and social experiences, we should be able to control our sedentary lifestyle. There are so many ways people could do to preserve physical and mental balance in this repressive time, maybe by exploring our potential, reading self-development books, doing meditation or doing religious practice, consuming healthy food, and exercising. Thank you very much for our wonderful speakers. And thank you very much for the participants. And we invite you to join our e-workshop about handling pandemic positively that will be held on Monday, August the 3rd. You can join by following the Faculty of Psychology UMM Instagram at FAPSI-UMM, and after which you can scan the barcode that we provide in flyers, or you can open our page in psychology.umm.ac.id. Okay, thank you again. Please be safe and keep your health. See you. Wassalamualaikum.
Thank you so much.
University of Muhammadiyah Malang UMM is a private university sitting on a plateau of East Java in the city called Malang. The city is well known as the city of education, tourism, and industry. Founded in 1964, UMM has now set up 3 campuses, namely Campus 1, Campus 2, and Campus 3. Devoted to environmental sustainability, UMM brings about a green and clean concept of campus. The concept is a vivid attempt to establish a vigorous, pure, and convenient atmosphere to boost creativity and productivity. UMM is also committed to open more green spaces by growing a variety of trees and flowers in every corner of the campus. UMM has achieved an outstanding acknowledgement from many associations, one of which is from National Board for Higher Education Accreditation for institutional accreditation with band A. In addition, UMM was awarded the Most Excellent Campus for the category of University in 2008-2016 by Copartis 7 of East Java. UMM received international acceptance as it attained Asian Energy Award in 2009 and 2-star predicate from QS Stars World University Rankings in 2010-2011. UMM has also been an associate member of ONQA that is centered in Bangkok. The UMM Laboratory has successfully achieved the accreditation of ISO 9001 and ISO 17025 in 2008 International Accreditation Company. UMM students come from any part of the nation and other countries. The students are the inspired generations that aim to excel in the programs of undergraduate and postgraduate studies. UMM's 10 faculties over 56 study programs. Each faculty is equipped with a comprehensive laboratory that is located in the Central Laboratory of UMM. The Central Laboratory has been qualified to conduct laboratory testing for either external, company, or other universities' uses. The Faculty of Islamic Studies, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Political and Social Sciences, Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Economics and Business, Faculty of Psychology, the Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Sciences, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Medical Science, the Faculty of Health Science, Directorate of Postgraduate Program, The learning activities of UMM are monitored through a mechanism to guarantee the sustainability of a qualified higher education that is supported by representative facilities, such as library, mosque, student center, student dormitory, reading corner, information technology, meeting hall, theater, canteen, campus lake, and sport amenities. To add, UMM has also set up several business units, namely UMM Inn, UMM Dome, UMM Bookstore, UMM Hospital, UMM Gas Station, UMM Garage, Micro Hydro Power Plant, Sang Surya UMM Apartment, UMM Farm Center, and Sengkaling Tourism Spot. The facilities are the income center used to uphold the university operational expense in order to minimize the dependency from student admission fee. The business units might be possible to be an applied laboratory for students and can also help to create entrepreneurship. With a great enthusiasm to become a leading university with international credit, UMM has actively encouraged all campus elements to allow international partnerships. There have been notable MOUs made with international stakeholders in study program, faculty, and university level. UMM has as well regularly organized international conferences and seminars in collaboration with some abroad universities. Among others are consortium of 22 universities in Australia, an Australian Consortium for In-Country Indonesian Studies, consortium of 33 universities in Asia and Europe in Erasmus Mundus and Erasmus Plus European Commission, Peace Corps, BGP Dutch Engineer, Al-Haramain Academy of Saudi Arabia, Korean Energy Economic Institute, Chemco Korea, Temasek International Foundation, Confucius Institute of China, Sakura Foundation, and any other representatives of neighbor countries. UMM is challenged to synergize the human resources that are high in diversity by student coaching program. The programs are designed to upgrade the students' potential, skill, and characteristics. In early college period, students must participate in a program of shaping the characteristics and leadership. Devoted to nation, UMM has started to introduce a pattern of campus self-contained energy for the last 10 years by setting up a micro hydro power plant. The pattern was then implemented more widely to construct micro hydro power plant of Sumber Maron in Karangsuko Village, Malang Regency, in cooperation between the Faculty of Engineering of UMM and Sumber Maron Foundation in 2009. Today, with sufficient support of electricity, there are more than 4,000 water pipe connections installed in the neighborhood. In 2016, UMM has transformed a slum village into a tourism village named Jodipani, a village of colors. The program was performed by the students of Communication Science Study Program in cooperation with Indana Paint. This change has manifested a positive impact in a way that the villagers can now maintain their area cleanliness as well can improve their economic condition due to the increasing number of people's visits. At present, Jodipani is a new icon of Malang City. Since 2006, UMM has actively been involved in the revitalization of protected forests and national conservation of Bromo Tengger Semeru in partnership with PT Toyota Boshoku through JIFPRO, Japan International Forestry Promotion and Cooperation Center. The revitalized area, with the participation of students, lecturers, and local community, has now been 165 hectares wide. UMM always performs dedication for the nation, carries out energy with devotion for the sake of the progress and prosperity of Indonesia. UMM, from Muhammadiyah for the nation.